You guys ready? Hello, everyone. I'd like to call to order the City Council meeting on May 5th, 2026. City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Tim Chizen.
Here.
Councilmember Arnold.
Here.
Councilmember Prem.
Here.
Councilmember Falcone.
Here.
Councilmember Pascal.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Black.
Here.
Mayor Curtis.
Here. Our study session tonight is on 2 items. First, we'll hear an overview of the public defense services in Kirkland. Second, we will discuss proposed amendments to the city's code enforcement process. We expect to reconvene our regular meeting at 7:30. City Manager.
All right. Thank you, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of the council. So our first topic is a discussion of public defense. This is a staff-focused conversation because, as you saw in the memo, we really want to talk a lot more about the potential implications to the budget of the caseload issue that's coming up, but we will talk a little bit about what public defenders do in the court. So, and then the second session will be on code enforcement. That will be later. So I'm going to keep an eye on the clock for about 45 minutes each. The presentation tonight is going to be made by our Deputy City Manager, Tracy Dunlap, and our Interim Senior Management Analyst, Juliana DeCruz. So take it away, Tracy.
Thank you, City Manager. I'm just going to make a brief introduction that repeats a little bit of what the City Manager said, is this will be a little bit different than some of the other criminal justice initiative presentations in that we'll focus less on what public defenders do and more on the state of public defense in the state of Washington and the impacts on the city's budget. And so you saw a lot in the prosecution presentation about the process, and Juliana will touch on that briefly. And then we'll get into what's happening in the state of Washington, and then I'll close with the budget discussion. We have about 15 slides, and Andriana is here, now our government affairs manager, to also answer questions as she's been involved in this discussion as well during the legislative session and before that. So I'll turn it over to Juliana.
Thank you again. I think we're working on getting the slides up, but I'm going to jump right in the interest of time. So we're going to start with a brief overview of what is public defense. And as you know, the criminal defendant's right to counsel is guaranteed by the U.S. Constitution, the state constitution, state statutes, and court rules. And if a defendant cannot afford legal counsel, then an attorney is appointed to them. And this is a public defender, and they represent the defendant through the same process that was outlined in the previous council meeting, which will be briefly outlined on the screen. So typically, a case is filed by the prosecutor or direct filed by police. And when the individual comes to court for their arraignment, they usually screen for indigency, which is their qualification for a public defender, before the arraignment or shortly after. And then the public defender represents them throughout the resolution of the case. And you'll hear us use the term indigent defense and public defense interchangeably throughout this presentation. A person can be assigned a public defender if they are deemed indigent, and indigency is defined by RCW 10-101-010, and they are considered indigent if their income is 125% or less of the federal poverty level, if they receive public assistance, if they're involuntarily committed to a public mental health facility, or if they're unable to pay the anticipated cost of counsel. The RCW also outlines how an individual should be determined to be indigent, but there is some latitude in how the screening occurs. And in the Kirkland Municipal Court, staff provides screening daily during operating hours. And usually this happens when the individual arrives for arraignment. Public defenders do have a challenging job. They occupy a very important role in the criminal justice system. They have to have a JD and have passed the state bar exam. And in addition, they also have to be knowledgeable about advocating for clients who have complicating factors such as poverty, mental health challenges, or substance use disorders. It's a challenging job of building empathy with clients and providing ardent representation while managing historically high caseloads. Washington State is one of 5 states in the U.S. where public defense is funded primarily by local governments. Washington does have an Office of Public Defense that provides grant funding for counties and cities, but this funding is a very small proportion of the cost of public defense. Counties receive the majority of this funding as well. And most cities in Washington contract with private public defense firms for public defense services, but some cities also contract with their county organizations to provide public defense. Kirkland's current contract for their primary public defense services is with Stein, Lotzgart, and Starr, and if that agency has a conflict, then Valley Defender is the conflict public defense for Kirkland. Kirkland is responsible for funding public defense and also for establishing the local standards for public defense. But those standards are informed by the RCW and by the state Supreme Court and the Washington State Bar Association. These standards have been established by Kirkland by Resolution 4949, last updated in 2012. But those standards will need to get updated again because the underlying recommendations from the State Bar Association and from the state court are also changing, which is part of why we're here today. So last when the standards were updated by the Washington State Supreme Court, it was in 2012, and the Supreme Court set the maximum cases that a single public defender full-time can represent at 400 unweighted misdemeanors per public defender. And we're going to continue to talk about unweighted cases during the course of this presentation because historically we've not used a case weighting system. And so in 2012, we operated under the 400 unweighted misdemeanor cases per public defender. And then in 2023, the American Bar Association released a national caseload study examining what it means to provide effective assistance of counsel and making recommendations about the maximum number of cases that a public defender should represent. As a result of that study, the Washington State Supreme Court asked the Washington State Bar Association to review the report and make recommendations. And then in 2024, the WSBA recommended a reduced caseload standard of 120 unweighted misdemeanors per year per full-time public defender. In June, the WSBA officially adopted those revisions, and then in 2025, the Supreme Court adopted those same standards. However, there's a difference in implementation schedule. So the Washington State Bar Association recommended a 3-year implementation to reach these new standards, but the Supreme Court recommended a 10-year implementation to reach these standards. And you can see the difference here as it plays out for implementation. So ultimately, they get down to the same number, but the speed at which they decrease varies. And this has resounding impacts both for cities and how they think about charging or providing representation, and for the cost. So those varying timelines have created a lot of confusion. So some public defense firms contend that they are obligated to comply with the WSBA recommendations. Others disagree and say that the Supreme Court rules are binding and they supersede that recommendation. And as such, firms are deciding on a firm-by-firm level which standards to, or which timeline to comply with. But regardless, the standards remain the same, and effectively, by the end of it, 3 times more attorneys will be needed to represent the same number of cases. And there are not enough public defenders in the workforce to meet this demand. And so as a result, there's become a very competitive hiring and retention pool, and that has been driving up the cost of public defense in the state. And before we dive completely into the cost of public defense, we wanted to first ground you in some of the caseloads that we've been seeing in Kirkland. So under the new standards, maintaining these caseloads will require additional public defenders, But we also have seen an increase in cases, especially since a dip during the COVID pandemic. So there's both these competing pressures of additional cases, but also the need for more representation for the same number of cases. And now to talk about the money of all of this and funding it is Tracy.
One of the reasons we wanted to provide that caseload table is what we've noticed over the course of these criminal justice presentations is the numbers change a little bit, which concerned us. But when we talked about it, the court pointed out that the state, who maintains the statistics, the administrative office of the courts, is always adjusting those numbers. And so these numbers are slightly different than what you've seen in the presentations, but they didn't change enough to change the storyline. And I just wanted to point out that the number of public defense cases that you see on the right is the number from our primary public defender. There are about 100 cases that are done by the conflict defenders as well. So that just gives you an idea of how many of the total criminal cases goes to the public defense. So the impacts of those revised standards on our budget is a hard thing to convey. We've tried to figure out the best way to show you some of those numbers. And what we thought we'd do is just show you the 2025 actuals and compare them to the estimates based on the contract we just entered into with Stein, Lotzgar, and Starr for 2026. And both contracts have a base rate, and that base rate is a flat charge for a given number of cases per month, or in this case, we're showing per year. During the pandemic, the caseloads decreased, and the contract that was entered into with that firm reflected a decrease. But over the last several years, the caseloads have increased to the pre-2020 level and now exceeded it in 2025. And so the way that contract was written, there were 720 cases included. So the cost per case for that base rate was about $350 a case. But because the caseloads are recovering, they charged us an overage, per case charge, for over 200 cases, an additional $100,000. So we paid about $355,000 or $376 a case in 2025. The city did a request for proposals in the fall of 2025. We got 2, and I'll talk about that in a moment. Stein, Lotzgar, and Starr's proposal was a much more moderate cost, though as you can see, it's still a much higher cost than we've been paying. It was the subject of quite a bit of negotiation. We did decide to increase the base caseload to 950 cases, and that should take us through the 3-year period of the case reductions under the Supreme Court 10-year implementation. And their cost is to staff up to be able to meet those reductions. And so they are hiring now, and then as time goes on, in 2029, we'll have to negotiate a new contract to be able to meet the new standards. And so that cost per case is $568 a case. There's an additional charge for services they provide to those that they don't represent directly. They serve as a friend of the court to explain charges, and they charge a weekly fee for that. And so, a very long story short, the 2026 estimated cost is $631,000 or $664 a case. Not quite double, but a substantial increase. And one of the reasons this contract financially was advantageous is while there's an increase each year, it's not nearly as large as the case reduction that's required. So they're staffing up, getting the resources in place to be able to meet the reductions for the next 3 years. So the cost goes up to $740 per case in 2028, which is a big increase. That is double what we paid in 2025. So we provided a few pieces of information just for context.
Can you
Tracy,
repeat
Oh, I'm
your
sorry.
last sentence, last couple sentences?
on the caseload, on the cost.
Which number doubled?
The cost per case, the
The very bottom line.
very bottom line,
Oh, from 376 to,
the 7.
thank
at the end, yes.
Mailed. Okay, go ahead, Tracy.
Thank you. So to give you a sense of, to try to put that number into context, so the number for this year, $664, in talking with some of our neighboring jurisdictions and the proposals they've received and contracts they've entered into with their public defenders, their costs are between $750 and $1,000 per case. We talked to the King County Office of Public Defense just to get a sense of what it would cost if we were to contract with them, because they do provide some cities with misdemeanor services. It is even multiples from there, because their primary business is to provide felony services. And so we feel like this is an advantageous contract financially. We believe that they're providing good service to the people that are being served in our court. And one of the things that we also wanted to point out is the other proposal we got was an example of the 3-year implementation, and the cost was more than double, almost triple per case. And so it is a very, very constrained market, as Juliana was discussing. And it will continue to increase. King County is also hiring a very large number of those coming out of school and from other firms because they pay well. They have a pension system. And as a government, they can offer student loan forgiveness under federal programs, which are in place at this point. And so they're actually hiring a lot of the public defenders that are coming out of the system and from some of the private firms. So that's another reason those costs are increasing so much, not only the caseloads, but they're having to pay more. There is some speculation that there'll be some compounding impacts on the costs of operating the court, given that there may be more motions, longer timelines to settle cases, which will create potentially more hearing schedules, more activities by the prosecutors. It remains to be seen, but if there are more attorneys for the same number of cases, there is some, I guess I'd say trepidation that there'll be an overall impact and cost increases of operating the court overall. So more numbers, just because I can't give a presentation without numbers. So the primary public defender, again, Stein, Lotzgar, and Starr, has the base rate and an additional charge that we're showing there for kind of a budget versus actual picture that I talked about in detail. The conflict defender costs, you can also see, have increased over time. And we expect, because that's a 1-year contract, that they will increase again. So we'll be putting out a request for proposal for this primary conflict defense contract probably before the end of this month, so that we have a new contract in place. And to just give you a sense, the reason we say that 2027 figure is a low estimate is we're using the same number as we're paying this year, but we don't know what the market will produce. And the other thing that's noteworthy in the detail is that second to last line on interpreter fees. Interpreter fees are going up. Interpreters are also in demand. There are fewer interpreters. I think the court talked about that than there are the needs. And so that's a cost that's being driven as well. So right now, our actual was just over $500,000 in 2025. We're expecting by next year, it'll be over $900,000. And this is something that's difficult for us to be able to control directly. But we keep in contact with our neighbors and with the Association of Washington Cities to try to stay on top of what's happening in this space.
Council, any questions? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. And thank you for all this. One quick question. I tried to find it in my notes. I couldn't find what we're spending on prosecution services. It'd be interesting to me to compare what we're spending on prosecution versus what we're spending on public defense. And I realize that's a little bit of a green apple compared to a yellow apple, but just for level setting for my own benefit?
I think
Do we
this-
know that?
I think the city attorney is looking
I'll,
at that
I'll
right.
pull that up. I don't have it right on the top of my head.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah, I think we had that in that retreat packet, so.
Yeah, I think, and probably we spoke about it 2 weeks ago, but I just can't remember.
Councilmember Prim?
Yeah, thank you so much for this presentation. The only question I had was, are you, based on these new requirements for caseload for defense attorneys, do you anticipate that this will impact the number of prosecutions moving forward? Like, is that going to be, do you think, a policy shift or?
I think that's a good segue into our final slide.
Okay.
Before you segue, I could briefly answer
Sure.
Councilmember or Deputy Mayor
Yes.
Black's question. Our contracts averages $486,000 annually. There's some other fees. We talked about those hearings that can cost extra per hour, but roughly $486,000 plus the 4% COLA each year. Go ahead.
So city attorney, for example, if we look at 2026 budget, 527, 393 for public defense and 480 something for, and maybe a little bit more for prosecution services.
Yeah, I mean, so if you take the total minus interpreter fees would be roughly what I'd say, because we're covering our conflict defense in those two. So some of those cases are not by our contracted firm, they're paid per case to conflict counsel. So the numbers are closer. Prosecution ends up being a little less.
And what I find interesting, I guess, is they're not wildly out of comparison with each other. But that could change rapidly over
It
time.
will, it
Okay.
will at this point.
Okay, that's helpful, thank you.
Councilmember Tim Chisholm, go ahead.
Is this questions or comments? What are we doing here?
I was going to say, why don't we let her answer Councilmember Prim's question, and then I'll.
Okay,
So
so
they get one more slide, then
Yeah.
open it up.
Okay, great. Thank you. So, we're working to ensure that we continue to provide a vigorous defense, but that we also try to control the cost growth. Again, I mentioned we're going to release a request for proposals for the conflict public defense contract because our current one is only 1 year in duration. So we think we'll get a better sense of where the market is than it was 7 or 8 months ago when we did the last one. We have been convening the Kirkland Municipal Court stakeholders, so that's the court, the prosecutors, the public defenders, and the police, the jail representation, and the city manager's office as the sort of liaison with the court and the manager of the public defense contract. We've been meeting monthly to talk about what's happening, how court operations work, but also what they see in other courts, and to see if there's anything we might want to consider or look at. One of the issues that emerged was we have a fairly large number of driving with license suspended 3, the lowest level. It's a misdemeanor, and it's something that there are some courts that handle differently. We're looking at those courts to see if there's a way that we can encourage people to relicense, because this is for people who don't have a driver's license. And if it's just an oversight or something where they weren't aware, to see if there's a way that we could ease the caseload or at least reduce the number of public defense cases, because some of them do get assigned to a public defender. Some of them are settled very quickly, but some of them go on for a period of time. So we're talking to those other jurisdictions to see if there's anything we might want to do, if nothing else, to provide more information at the time of citation to get people relicensed. Because one of the concerns is when you're driving with a suspended license, you can't get insurance. The other thing we're looking at is exploring a regional approach to public defense. It's something where if we did it as a governmental or quasi-governmental, we might be able to qualify for that same federal loan assistance. But we also might get economies of scale because there are not that many firms offering the public defense services in King County. And if we were to do it with a regional approach, either through a contractor or through staffing, we might be able to get some economies among the jurisdictions. And so we're talking to our regional neighbors about that and our partners at the court. In terms of the growth in costs, we talked at the February retreat about House Bill 2015 and the local sales tax authority. Our understanding is that is one of the legislature's ways of trying to help with funding because it specifically calls out public defender services as one of the elements that can be paid for out of that local sales tax. As you're all aware, we continue to advocate at the legislature to get clarity on the standards and to potentially get funding. AWC, the Association of Washington Cities, is very active on this issue as well and following it very closely. And then we're also looking at possible grants that the Office of Public Defense at the state offers to maybe look at some different data as well. As Juliana highlighted, the original study that was the basis of these was a national study, and we're interested in whether Washington's experience is different or maybe even more localized, whether the East Side's experience is different in terms of what the caseloads and case weighting might look like. And lastly, in talking with people who are very familiar with this space, the Supreme Court has said that they'll reevaluate the caseload implementation schedule in late 2028, which would also correspond when our next contract cycle would come up. And so the hope is maybe there'll be some clarity between now and that time, and it'll allow the industry to stabilize, because this has created a lot of instability in the public defense firms as well. So that's our final slide.
I think I'd like to add a little more context just to answer your question. I wouldn't want to be alarmist and say, well, you have to stop prosecuting cases as a result of this. In the short term, there's space in capacity in our public defense contracts sort of accounted for, moving up through the numbers, drop numbers. And so they'll have public defenders to provide. I mean, that's some of the reasons you see on the east side that they're saying we can't prosecute cases is there's no public defenders available to defend them, and so they end up being dismissed. And so they end up sort of deciding what to prosecute in order to not have those cases dismissed. So that isn't something that's going to happen in the short term in Kirkland. Long term, we could see what the contract costs continue to increase. You're going to have to evaluate. We'll have to evaluate what the impacts are and how we address that. I also do think there's going to be impacts on the system, and so we'll have to see how much time and effort it takes to, potentially have additional court calendars taking longer, cases being continued longer, and potential motions practice, and what the impact is there on the prosecution system too. So eventually we'll have to face potentially what that looks like, but in the short term, no.
So will we have some check-ins then? Just to see how things are going. Right. Okay.
No doubt we'll be talking about this many times.
All right. Sounds good. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Councilmember Falcone and then Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thank you for this presentation. It was really helpful, as was the memo. I have a question more from like a big picture perspective, just wanting to make sure I understand kind of our contracts with public defenders. So our contracts, it seems like, are based on number of anticipated cases. And so we pay them like a set amount each year for what we estimate to be the cases. And does that change depending on whether there's a plea deal or whether it goes to trial for each of these cases? It's the same amount?
No, if they're assigned a case, it's the same amount. There are some charges if it goes to trial or to appeal, but at this point, it's a flat rate per case.
Okay, so the ones that do go to trial, we pay them more or we pay them the same?
They get paid more when they go to trial and when they appeal.
Okay, thank you. I mean, my line of questioning this was really, I just want to make sure that there's not like an incentive to negotiate a plea deal on behalf of their clients in our pay structure. So I just want to make sure I understand that and that we're doing everything we can to avoid that and not really incentivize either way, but make sure that really the motivation is what's best for the clients and not the money. Thank you.
Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
Thank you. First, I want to thank staff for attachment number 2. This is the public defender screening form, and I believe it's been updated and corrected since our last meeting with the appropriate questions and the appropriate penalty of perjury attestation that's required by state law. Thank you for that. At the top of the packet, page there's a percentage of Bothell and Issaquah in terms of, where is this, what page? There's a public defense rate of Bothell versus Issaquah in here, and Bothell is like 50% and Issaquah is like 90%. Unless there's another explanation, I think this demonstrates the importance of screening or the difference that a screening process can have. This appears that Bothell has a rather robust screening process. What page? Page 7. It indicates to me that Bothell has a rather robust screening process, which it does on its website, and the city of Bothell, top of page 7, and the city of Bothell has a rather robust screening form and packet. And the city of Issaquah, on the other hand, I don't know what they're doing, but those numbers make no sense. The city of Issaquah actually has a higher income than Bothell. So Bothell's numbers are half that of Issaquah's. My opinion on DWLS 3s is that they have very little value to have in a criminal court, and that appropriating a public defender for even a non-weighted case is probably not a very good use of resources in the vast majority of cases. In terms of controlling our costs, I don't see public defender recoupment fees listed there, and it would be interesting to know if we're doing that. I know a lot of surrounding cities are doing that, and public defender recoupment fees usually range between $300 to $500 per defendant, and
We did confirm that we are doing that. We charge $250. It generates about $28,000, $27,000 or $28,000 a year.
okay.
It's a flat fee of $250.
Okay, well, I'd have a bunch of more questions about why a $250 fee would only be generating that much money unless it's only being charged on like a very small number of our cases.
I think it's actually about 800 of the cases, if I was doing the math. Is it? We just got this number right before we came in. So
What is it?
we'll have to look
Well,
at that.
anyway, that would be
We'll have to look.
that would be a question that I know the city of Bothell's public defender recoupment fee is $350, and it may range in the area, and that may at least help us defray some of the costs. Thank you so much for looking into this. You've really done an excellent job, staff, of bringing back some good information. And I think Councilmember Prem's question is a good one. I know this isn't happening in the short term, but in the long term, I think dumping DWLS 3s may prevent us from having to dump more significant cases. Thank you.
Can I,
Councilmember Arnold?
oh, I'm sorry, I just wanted to, that's why finance people always say never try to do math in your head. That's about 115 cases. And it's subject to that financial obligations test that the court talked about. And so I do think it is waived on a regular basis.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a comment and a question on the regional approach to public defense. I think that makes a lot of sense in that every city around here is facing the same problem, and I'd rather cooperate versus compete against each other for these public defense resources. So if there's a way to join forces and do that, especially when we look at what King County is doing at being able to leverage our status as public sector employer to recruit good people. I really like that idea. Has there been any look at doing the same for interpretive services, given the same escalation on that?
Actually, I think the court may have described that they have a consortium. I think it's 13 cities that are sharing, 13 courts, I'm sorry, that are sharing an interpreter pool, which is more efficient in some ways, but what happens is the interpreters are sort of assigned a day at a given court, which is why we have an interpreter calendar. It helps because they can schedule in advance, and Kirkland gets priority, for example, on Thursday. But there's still a limited supply, but they are participating in a regional approach currently, and I think they feel like it's quite successful.
Okay, and then finally, for the topic that you and Councilmember Tim Chisholm were talking about, can you give us a brief overview on the recruitment fee?
I believe it's charged after the case is settled, essentially after it's there, and it's basically a charge that's for public defense. And so it's something that's allowed in state law. It's something that recovers a portion of the costs, but again, it's subject to what's now kind of a financial means testing that ends up in waiving a lot of fines as well. So I think that's why the collection rate is so low, is it's a charge that we can, to recoup a portion of the cost, we can charge at the end of the case.
And it's charged to the defendant, so it's sort of hitting the small percentage of indigent people who qualify as indigent, but the court determines has some funding available.
Some of
that
those.
could be able to pay fees. It's part of those LFOs, those legal financial obligations the court talked about. It could be ordered as part of that at the conclusion of the case.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to, as we were talking here, I was thinking about a potential legislative priority that we as a city, potentially we in our role as a member of the Association of Washington Cities, you know, I was thinking about one of the biggest problems we're going to face, the state of Washington is going to face, is we're not going to have enough young lawyers going into public defense. And it just dawned on me as Deputy City Manager was talking that, well, you said it, there's a lot of public defenders who are doing this on a contract basis through a private firm with cities like ours who are not getting their loans, their law school loans forgiven. And I wonder, I'll just throw it out there, and this may be something that Andriana and I can discuss when we're talking with other AWC members of the Legislative Priorities Group for AWC, is whether there's something here about if you go to work for a firm that has a contract with cities and you're doing public defense work, is there some kind of partial forgiveness? I do think we really have to get to this, if we're going to have caseload limitations on public defense, we are going to have to figure out a way to attract young lawyers to this work, especially given the price of law school these days. So I'll just throw that out there as something I may be discussing. And maybe as a legislative work group, we can also talk about it too. Thanks.
Thank you. City Manager?
I just want to see if Andrea and I could give a brief update. There was a discussion that she was in about this at AWC. Maybe just tell her what you shared with me earlier today.
Absolutely. Last Friday, Deputy Mayor Black and I attended the AWC Legislative Priorities Committee. And I mean, the good news is I don't think there was a single city in the room that wasn't kind of raising the red flag issue on this. So it is being daylighted and elevated across the state as an issue many cities are really beginning to feel the effects of. The bad news is, this past legislative session, there was a sliver of a win, if you can even say that, with the intent statement in the millionaire's tax bill to set aside $200 million to help cities fund public defense. That's just an intent statement, right? There's no legal ties to that. That aside, we also had a nice quick discussion with AWC's resident expert, Derek Nunnally, on this topic today. And it just reiterating again that it is on the top of many cities' minds, and AWC is going to keep pressing for this. I would say for the legislative priorities, this falls under the unfunded mandate of our general principles, and it's something we should stay on top of regardless, either as a City of Kirkland priority or something that AWC pushes for, and we're right there behind them.
Thank you. Anything else, Tracy?
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
All right, we are gonna, while we switch over, we're gonna move to proposed amendments for code enforcement process. City Manager.
All right. So we're going to switch out our presentation and also change our esteemed panelists. So to talk about the code enforcement Potential changes, we have our Planning and Building Director, Adam Weinstein, our Planning Manager, Don Nelson, our Code Enforcement Officer, Shannon Sedlacek, and our Senior Assistant City Attorney, Stephanie Kroll.
Don't be shy. Come on down. Yeah.
Welcome, everybody. Thank you, Emily. Who gets to start? Okay, Shannon. All right, go for it.
Shannon, is your mic on?
Not.
Okay,
Hey, it is now.
thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, and community members. My name is Shannon Sedlacek, and I'm a code enforcement officer using she, her, they, them pronouns. Thank you for the opportunity to present tonight. I'll be walking you through a 17-slide presentation outlining proposed amendments to the Code Enforcement Chapter 1.12 of the Kirkland Municipal Code. These updates are intended to improve clarity, enhance consistency, and ensure our enforcement tools support the city's goals for public health, safety, and neighborhood quality of life. Over the next 25 minutes, I'll provide an overview of our current code framework, highlight key areas where we have identified gaps and inefficiencies, and explain amendments proposed to address them. I'll also share examples of how these changes will streamline our processes and provide clearer expectations for property owners, businesses, and residents. My goal is to give you a clear understanding of why these updates are necessary, how they'll function in practice, and the benefits they offer to our community. Please feel free to ask questions as we move through this presentation. Thank you. This slide gives a high-level overview of what code enforcement is and the types of cases we typically handle in a year. At its core, code enforcement ensures that properties and activities in the community, follow local laws designed to protect health, safety, the environment, and neighborhood quality of life. The pie chart shows a breakdown of 2024 code enforcement cases. It helps to illustrate the variety of issues we respond to on a daily basis. Overall, this distribution shows that code enforcement supports many different city priorities, from environmental protection to neighborhood livability to safe construction practices. This context helps frame why clarity and consistency in our code enforcement chapter are so important, and it sets the stage for proposed amendments I'll be discussing today. This slide summarizes the core functions of the code enforcement team and the role we play in day-to-day city operations. First, we respond to community complaints about potential violations. Most of our cases begin when a resident, business owner, or city staff member reports a concern. We then conduct site visits to inspect properties, structures, and conditions. This allows us to verify the concern, understand the full context, and determine whether a violation exists. A major part of our work is public education. We spend a significant amount of time explaining code requirements to residents and businesses, helping them understand what the rules mean and how they stay in compliance. We also work collaboratively with property and business owners to achieve voluntary compliance whenever possible. This is our preferred approach, correcting issues through communication rather than enforcement. When voluntary efforts aren't successful, we have the responsibility to issue notices or take enforcement action to address ongoing violations. These tools help ensure fairness and consistency across the community. Ultimately, all of these activities support the broader goal of maintaining safe, clean, and well-maintained neighborhoods, which is central to the city's vision and long-term planning goals. This slide highlights the core goals driving the proposed code enforcement chapter amendments. These updates aren't just technical cleanups. They're designed to make the entire enforcement process more effective and more predictable for the community. First, the amendments aim to shorten code case timelines. Streamlining steps and clarifying expectations helps us resolve issues faster and reduces prolonged impacts on neighborhood and staff resources. Second, we want to increase voluntary compliance. Clearer language, more consistent processes, and better communication tools make it easier for property owners to understand what is required and correct issues without the need for escalation. Another major goal is to improve consistency and fairness across cases. By refining definitions and aligning procedures, we can ensure similar situations are handled in similar ways. The amendments also enhance the city's ability to remediate violations and recover costs when necessary. This is particularly important in long-standing or high-impact cases where the city must step in to protect public safety or the environment. And lastly, the updates help ensure clear expectations and fair, predictable process for residents, businesses, and staff. Everyone benefits from a code that is easier to understand, easier to follow, and easier to enforce. This slide highlights the major amendments being proposed to strengthen and modernize the city's code enforcement chapter. I'll address each of these topics in the following slides. First, we're proposing to establish a dedicated civil fine. Oh, wait, yeah, sorry. Okay. This is a summary of the updates that create a clearer and more consistent structure for how civil fines are defined and applied within the code enforcement chapter. We're proposing to establish a dedicated civil fine section within the code, which would consolidate all fine-related provisions into one place, making the code clearer and easier for property owners to navigate. The first update is a terminology change carried throughout the entire code, replacing the phrase monetary penalty with civil fine. This improves clarity, aligns with common municipal practice, and helps distinguish civil enforcement from criminal penalties. The second update clarifies that the city will continue to use flexible, case-by-case criteria when assessing fines. This allows staff to consider the circumstances of each violation, such as severity, cooperation, and corrective action. It also reaffirms that the city may reduce a fine when the facts support it, ensuring fairness and proportionality. The third update is an internal process improvement. Staff will develop and adopt a standardized policy for applying civil fines. This ensures fines are issued consistently across cases and provides clear expectation for property owners. Overall, the new civil fines section strengthens transparency, reinforces fairness, and makes code easier for both staff and the community to understand. Another key update is a transition from the current hearing process to an appeal-based system. This provides a more streamlined and transparent path for resolving disputes, and it aligns our process more closely with other city departments and regional jurisdictions. This would reduce unnecessary hearings and ensure that formal proceedings occur only when a property owner chooses to appeal a decision. This slide outlines the current process we follow when a code violation progresses to the hearing examiner. It provides a baseline for understanding why the proposed changes are needed. Under the current system, once compliance has not been achieved, the code enforcement officer initiates the hearing process. This step alone can add significant time to case resolution. A hearing is then formally scheduled and staff begin preparing a detailed staff report along with all supporting documentation. This is a resource-intensive step for both staff and the hearing examiner's office. Under this system, reaching a resolution can take considerable time, leaving the community exposed to the impacts of ongoing violations. At the hearing, both the city and the appellant present evidence and arguments, and the city requests the appropriate remedy or fines based on the violation. After reviewing the evidence provided by both parties, the hearing examiner issues a written decision, which staff then must formally convey to the appellant. This adds additional administrative steps and delays final resolution. Ultimately, the outcome goes one of two ways. The hearing examiner finds in favor of the city, or the hearing examiner finds in favor of the appellant. This process is often lengthy and can be burdensome for both a city and property owner. It also creates delays in resolving violations that may be affecting neighbors or the environment. This is the system we're proposing to update. On the next slide, I'll walk you through the new streamlined appeal-based process and show how it improves consistency and reduces overall case timelines. Under this model, the process no longer starts automatically when a violation continues. Instead, it only begins when the appellant files a formal appeal. This ensures that hearings are only used when needed and when a property owner disagrees with the city's determination that a property is not in compliance or they disagree with assessed fines. Once an appeal is filed, notification is sent to all parties and staff prepare the necessary report and supporting documents. This step is similar to the current process, but it occurs only in response to an appeal and not as a default escalation. The appeal hearing itself follows a familiar structure. Both sides present evidence and arguments, and the hearing examiner evaluates whether the city's original decision was reasonable and supported by code. After the hearing examiner issues a written notice and staff notifies the appellant as they do today. This approach creates a cleaner, more predictable process. It reduces unnecessary hearings, shortens overall timelines, and focuses resources on cases where there is a genuine dispute. Abatement updates provide a clear authority for the city to step in quickly, which is called a summary abatement, when a property poses hazardous or unsafe conditions. It helps to address urgent issues without unnecessary delays. It adds explicit authority to proceed with abatement under a default order, which means that if someone receives proper notice but fails to appear for their hearing, the city is not stuck in limbo. It closes a procedural gap and keeps cases moving forward. The code clarifies that abatement can also occur under other applicable city or state laws, such as RCW 7.48 for nuisances, or RCW 7.43 for drug or moral nuisances, which is something that we would work in tandem with KPD on. This ensures consistency and avoids conflicting interpretations between regulatory frameworks. The RCW framework ensures abatement is legally enforceable, timely, and transparent. And lastly, it expands the city's ability to recover the actual costs of abatement. This includes legal work, expert services, monitoring, debris and hazard removal, and law enforcement support. It also authorizes the city to place a lien on the property, so taxpayers aren't left absorbing those expenses. And that's from RCW 7.48.280. This slide provides an overview of what a notice on title is and why it is used in code enforcement. A notice on title, or NOT, is a document the city records with King County. Its purpose is to alert potential buyers or anyone reviewing the property record that there are restrictions, violations, or unresolved issues affecting the property. This ensures transparency for anyone reviewing the property record, including potential buyers or lenders. The first key point is purpose. A notice on title informs property owners of ongoing code violations, typically related to missing permits or unresolved corrections. It ensures the issue stays tied to the property record until it's resolved. The next point is the legal impact. Because it is recorded with King County, the notice becomes part of the official chain of title. Anyone reviewing the property, such as during a sale, refinance, or due diligence, will see it. It provides a legally binding notice that there is an outstanding issue requiring attention. The final point is protection. A notice on title functions similarly to a lien or a lis pendens in that it protects the city's interest by ensuring the violation cannot be overlooked or ignored. It also ensures that prospective buyers are not unintentionally inheriting unresolved complaint issues. One example I wanted to give on this is a case of mine recently, where a house was flipped without any permits. The developer, it was sold. I had reached out to the buyer to let him know that there were there were issues and problems. And in that conversation, found out that escrow never shared with him that this was on the title, recorded on the title. And so they were able to go back to escrow, discuss it, and then, as many of you know, escrow then had to enact their insurance. And insurance is now working with that party to resolve all of the issues and get all of the permitting completed. So that was an example that initially, having to tell somebody that just bought their first house that there are problems was not the best conversation. However, because of the process that we have in place with NOTs, it ended up working out in their favor. So Overall, the notice on title is a transparency tool. It ensures full disclosure, it protects buyers from unknown liabilities, and helps the city to bring longstanding violations into compliance. This slide provides a high-level overview of what a stop work order is and why it's an important tool within our enforcement process. A stop work order is a legal directive, such as when a contractor is doing electrical renovations without approved permits. The code enforcement officer or building inspector can post a stop work order that immediately halts construction or work activities at a site until identified issues are corrected and authorization is granted to resume. The amendments establish a fine for removing a stop work order, ignoring a cease and desist order, or continuing to work without authorization. Some of the key updates, currently there is no penalty for removing a stop work order or continuing work in a violation of one. The proposed amendment adds a $1,000 civil fine consistent with KMC 1.12.045. A per-day fine may also be imposed when work continues after the order has been posted, which aligns with the same section of code. The update also establishes a formal appeal process, which does not exist under the current chapter. On this slide, I want to walk through the key benefits of the proposed stop work order updates. The proposed updates give us a clearer, more direct authority to halt hazardous or unauthorized activity the moment we identify it. That means we can intervene earlier, prevent further violations, and reduce safety risks to the public and to staff. When we issue a stop work order, staff time, site visits, and follow-up inspections add up quickly. This update ensures that city has a more reliable mechanism to recover those costs from the responsible party rather than shifting those expenses to the city. In addition, the proposal changes preserve our existing nuisance remedies. Nothing we're doing replaces or weakens the nuisance tools we already rely on. Instead, it adds an additional, more targeted enforcement option when work is occurring without approval or outside parameters. It supports the tools we have rather than competing with them. Overall, the proposed changes make our enforcement process more responsive, more accountable, and more equitable. Ooh, the fun parts. The next 3 slides provide an overview of the proposed amendments related to tree protection. These changes focus on preventing avoidable damage during construction, one of the most common causes of premature tree failure. The updates add clear expectations, define consequences, and improved alignment with our broader environmental and development regulations. The goal is to support healthier long-term canopy outcomes while giving property owners and contractors a more predictable process. This slide illustrates what can happen when required tree protection fencing is removed or relocated during construction activity. On the left, the image shows a tree with exposed structural roots that have been cut or damaged. This type of damage typically occurs when tree protection fencing is removed or is not installed correctly. Root cutting significantly decreases the likelihood of long-term tree decline or failure. It also creates potential safety concerns for the surrounding area and structures. On the right, the image shows tree protection fencing that has been moved away from the required location. When fencing is shifted or removed altogether, construction equipment and grading work can encroach into the critical root zone. This puts the tree at high risk of canopy loss or destabilization. It also means the eventual property owner may unknowingly inherit the burden of a compromised tree. And one thing I was going to point out here is if you picture the tree that's on the left-hand side, now say that's the tree on the right-hand side, but it's all been covered up with that fill, and no one would ever know that those structural roots have been severed all along one side of the tree. These examples demonstrate why clear standards and enforceable consequences are important. When tree protection fencing is not allowed, the impacts can be irreversible, affecting safety, neighboring properties, and the city's long-term tree canopy goals. This is why the proposed amendments include establishing fines for removing or relocating tree protection fencing. The goal is not to penalize contractors, but to ensure that critical tree protection measures remain in place throughout the full duration of construction. This slide shows examples of trees that have been significantly damaged but do not meet the threshold for immediate removal. On the left, the image shows a tree where they've pruned to create a window for a view to the lake. The trees in this grove were all pruned similarly. While the trees may remain standing, their long-term health has been compromised. They may struggle to survive and now have a higher likelihood that they may not survive long-term. On the right, the image shows a tree that has been heavily and incorrectly pruned, leaving only a small portion of live foliage. This greatly reduces the tree's structural integrity and long-term viability, but again, it may not meet the criteria for mandatory removal under code. These examples illustrate why the proposed amendments introduced reduced fines for damage that harms a tree but does not require removal. Under the current code, penalties are tied almost entirely to removal, which doesn't reflect the wide range of damage that can occur. The new structure allows the city to address these intermediate situations more fairly and consistently. The intent is to encourage proper protection during construction, reduce preventable canopy loss, and ensure that enforcement aligns more closely with the degree of impact to the tree and not just whether it ultimately must be removed. Uh-oh.
Sorry, the computer decided to restart.
Does anyone have any questions thus far? I think we've got two slides left.
Anybody have any questions?
Okay, there we go, thanks.
Oh. Okay. This slide focuses on situations where a tree has been removed and only the stump remains, which can make it difficult to determine the tree's original size. Under the current code, fines are based on the tree's DBH, diameter at breast height, but when a stump is all that remains, DBH can't be measured, and evidence of the original tree size may be incomplete or the stump has been completely removed. The proposed amendment updates the fine methodology to address this gap. When DBH is unknown, the city may use the stump diameter minus 10% as a reasonable estimate of the original tree size. This ensures the fine calculation is fair, consistent, and based on physical evidence that remains on site. The update also establishes a landmark tree equivalent minimum for cases where a stump has been completely removed and no physical evidence is available. This prevents situations where removing the stump eliminates the ability to assess damage or determine an appropriate fine. These changes help maintain accountability and ensure that tree protection requirements are enforceable even when the original tree is no longer present. Overall, strengthening the city's ability to address unpermitted tree removal more fairly and consistently. The intent is to encourage proper protection during construction, reduce preventable canopy loss, and ensure that enforcement aligns more closely with the degree of impact to the tree and not just whether it should be ultimately or must be removed. I want to thank you, Madam Mayor and council members, for your time and attention this evening. The amendments I presented today are designed to strengthen our code enforcement chapter in ways that support transparency, consistency, and fairness. They streamline our processes, provide more predictable timelines, and align our enforcement tools with the city's broader goals for safety, environmental protection, and neighborhood quality of life. These updates also address longstanding gaps, such as clearer fines for construction-related violations, improved transparency in notices and procedures, stronger tree protection provisions, and a more efficient appeal-based process. Together, they create a more understandable and enforceable code for residents, property owners, and staff. We believe these changes will help us resolve violations more quickly, reduce avoidable impacts during construction, and ultimately support healthier, safer, and more sustainable neighborhoods. With that, we are happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Shannon.
Yes, ma'am.
That was a great presentation, and I know that our public will be pleased with these changes because, as we know, there's a lot of frustration around things not happening quickly enough. So how long have you been with the city, and how large is the code enforcement team?
So our team is 3 people, and we have 3 supervisors, 3 separate supervisors. I've been with the city for almost 11 years now, and code enforcement for 8 of it.
Thank you for
It
your
was
service.
Public Works previously.
And how many cases would you say that you average a month or a year?
I don't even know how much we do a year.
I'm just guessing the number is big. Yeah.
Currently, I have 45 cases open.
Okay.
We're about the, kind of the same across the board. I've had up in excess of 100 previously before we got the third officer.
Well, thank you for coming today.
Absolutely.
Council, any questions? Councilmember Arnold?
I'll kick us off. Thank you, Shannon. I really appreciate the presentation and everything in the memo. Some parts of the memo talked about the legal requirements to go through for written notice and posting on the property and things like that. I was thinking through different enforcement cases where we might have, through a business license or something else, email or phone number for somebody. Do you reach out in those ways if we have that information? And one of the situations I was thinking about is our enforcement of short-term rentals like Airbnbs, where part of what we did as a policy as a council is we required contact information and a business license.
Yeah, so our initial contact is via letter, it's via written. We do ask them to respond to us in email if possible, over a phone call because we can document that conversation. And then when we do begin conversations or we continue conversations via email, we make sure that they understand, like if I were to issue a notice for anything, I would send it to them via email, but I would ask them to reply that they accept that or if they would like a hard copy of it. So we do communicate via email, via phone, and then also the letter is our initial contact, though.
Okay. And then on the question of things that might be overlooked on this, there's a couple things I would want to drill in on. One is you look at the fine schedule, we have trees and surface water that were called out that are on separate fine schedule than the $100 a day
Yes.
for general. Is there any other parts of the code that have a different fine schedule, and should there be? So I just want to have some thought about within the team on if there's other areas where $100 a day might not be a disincentive. I know when we talked about the tree code last as a council, that was something we really didn't want just to be a cost of development that somebody could just absorb the fine, and we want to make sure there's not other areas where we're not keeping up with that.
Dawn, you might know others, but the main one that I know is if work has started without permits, the building official can impose double permit fees. I don't know how that's done across the board. That's not necessarily a code enforcement process.
Okay.
Beyond that, I don't know if anybody else knows of additional fees or fines.
Councilmember Arnold, the only thing I would mention too is that oftentimes code enforcement cases come with restoration as well. Those are typically cases with trees, but also critical areas as well. And then there's probably other instances as well that aren't even critical areas or trees, like if public property is being messed with in some way. So oftentimes the fine is paired with pretty robust restoration requirements as well, which will add to the overall cost of the code compliance issue for specific cases.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, Shannon, fantastic job. Thank you. I learned so much from the memo and from you here tonight. So thank you for that. And thank you for proposing these updates. I think they make sense. And as the mayor said, I think they're definitely addressing some concerns we hear in the public. So I think really well done on that. We don't get you here very often, so I have a few questions for you. So I sit on the Seattle-King County Board of Health, and some of the things we've been talking about last year and this year is not only food safety code violations, but labor code violations, and we passed some additional policy related to that, where when they go forth and have their the smiley face stuff for food safety that we see in food establishments, that they'll soon be rolling out something similar for labor code violations as well, with the theory of when there's smoke, there's fire, right? There's oftentimes when there's labor code violations, there's food safety violations as well. And there's some of that that we had discussed that was just too expensive for the county to do at the time, including during the inspection, making sure that labor rights posters were in fact present, right? So the King County is not going to be currently doing that as part of the these inspections. But I'm wondering, as part of that conversation that we've been having, kind of what is the role and the relationship between the city and the county on things like this? Like if we get someone reporting something, do we automatically, what's the process? Do we automatically communicate that to Seattle, King County Public Health? Do we maintain a list of some of the violations and things that are being investigated by the county that's outside of necessarily our code enforcement, but still related, and our public might want kind of a compilation of that information to know what businesses are in violation or not?
It's, with code enforcement, it's hard. We have a lot of case-by-case things as far as the situations come up. We do work in tandem, though, with King County Public Health on a lot of the things that we experience here. More recently, with a restaurant that had some issues, reached out to King County Public Health and then started working with them, only to later find out that our fire department also had some issues. So it was more of a kind of a robust conversation as far as moving that forward. So, and we do work with King County on several different things as far as like rodent infestations and other things that happen that way. So we have open communication with them and support them if they want to take the lead and vice versa. So,
thank you. Wonderful, thank you. And then 2 more quick questions. You mentioned the stop work orders. That's oftentimes if there's work currently being conducted and it's not either like not passing inspection or the right permits aren't, applied, et cetera. Is that also the same language that we use if there's a business that was told that they are in violation and they need to make some upgrades or some updates and they have failed to do so and they have customers coming in and in that space, in that building, would that still be a stop work order that they have? And would these penalties, therefore, new penalties apply in those situations as well where they're, current safety infractions that's not safe for the
So usually with businesses, we would do a cease and desist order, which is very similar.
Okay.
And it's posted on the property, and it basically stops them from working, and it notifies the public, because it is posted on the front of the business. It notifies the public, basically what's taking place there.
And do we currently have fines for those violations, and do those need to be updated in the same way that these are updated? Should we be looking at that as well?
We do not currently have fines for those.
Would there be similar rationale to do so?
We will.
Okay, we will, so the cease and desist, in addition to the stop work order?
Correct.
A similar type of penalty or
Yes,
fine?
it would be the same.
Wonderful, thank you. Third question I get a lot from folks in the public about code enforcement is, in which situations and how can folks anonymously report potential code violations?
Do you want to take it, or, okay.
I can take it. So generally, we encourage people to not file anonymous complaints, and that's for a variety of reasons. One is that it's really hard to follow up with, or impossible to follow up with them if it's anonymous, and there often is quite a bit of follow-up, right? Sometimes code enforcement issues happen at certain times of the day. It's hard for us always to get out to the site to verify them, so the follow-up is really important. I think that said, sometimes there are legitimate reasons for people to file anonymous code complaints. What?
A member of the city council.
A member of the city council can do it, and anybody can do it, actually, even though we don't encourage it, but it is done sometimes, and sometimes it is necessary. Sometimes there's cases that come to mind are like a neighbor dispute where somebody has a legitimate concern that if they file a code enforcement claim, their neighbor is going to come after them. And we do take those cases. Also, there are cases where there are environmental problems happening, right? We will enforce on those as well. So strongly encourage people to provide their name and contact information, but we do proceed with cases that are filed anonymously. Anything?
Yeah, especially if it involves life, health, safety, or the environment. Those are never turned away from an anonymous.
Thank you. And they can now do so on the our Kirkland app anonymously. Previously, they could not.
They can, yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal?
Yeah, thank you. I'm like the others, really pleased that you're here and that we're talking about this. And I know this has been, you've been working behind the scenes on these things for quite some time. So I know it's really looking at things kind of holistically and kind of trying to address all the different issues that have, cropped up over time. I had a couple questions. One, it sounds like this is going to streamline perhaps your efforts a little bit. Is that true? I mean, does it create efficiencies and reduce work efforts, or does this increase workload to where we would need additional resources to handle?
No, it's the opposite of that. Yeah, we're trying to streamline the biggest thing for me personally, one of the biggest proposed parts of this is changing from the hearing to an appeal-based process. Because if you think about it, when we're doing the hearing process now, we notify them, we start to put our packet together, staff report, which involves myself, my supervisor, any other staff that were involved in that event, the hearing examiner's office, and admin. And so let's say we've put all of that together, they have up until 72 hours prior to the hearing to come into compliance.
Mm-hmm.
So when they do that, then all of that work that we've done is for naught.
Yeah.
So most of
makes
these are to try and streamline. A lot of it is also transparency.
Yeah. Yeah, and, like my colleagues, I don't talk about code enforcement much. I mean, we hear about it from the public and, have specific cases that, we follow because, just because of outreach from neighborhood folks. But I just had questions too, just similar to that have been asked, how many caseloads, how has the caseloads been changing year to year? The staffing, the resources, how quickly do we resolve cases? How long do cases stay open typically? I mean, I don't know if we track any of that. That kind of stuff would be, I don't know, I'd find helpful.
We can pull reports from NRGov.
Yeah, as Shannon mentioned, thanks, Councilmember Pascal. As Shannon mentioned, we can pull reports on that. Some of that information gets reported in our annual code enforcement report as well. And then the other thing we want to make a plug for, which is coming to council really soon, is our permit dashboard, which encompasses lots of different things: permit timelines, turnaround times, time in the city's hands for permits, but also code enforcement cases, caseloads by staff member, caseloads over time as well. So some of that information will be publicly accessible on the dashboard also.
Yeah, I think that's great. I wasn't aware that we do it annually. I think that's fine. I think I'm more interested in it from kind of a budgetary standpoint, and we're not changing the budget, frequently. So I think an annual update is fine. The last question is I'm just going to use an example because there's one kind of sticks out in my head, and I think it was kind of an ongoing issue last summer, where getting kind of continual complaints about a business that had an HVAC system that was somehow broken or something, and it was really loud, and it was right next to apartments, and the folks living in the apartments, they couldn't sleep. It was really, really impactful. And we were just like, you got to be patient. We have to let the code enforcement do its course. We have to go to the hearing exam. We have to do this, and they're just like, yeah, but I can't sleep.
Yeah.
So will any of these changes help that kind of situation?
I can take a shot at that, Councilmember Pascal. That is a really complicated case, actually.
Yeah.
That I think the time to resolution for that, and that's still an active case. Actually,
really?
We have a meeting scheduled in a couple weeks
Yeah.
to talk to the consultant that did a noise study for that issue. But I think, the time it's taken to resolve that case is not a function of the sort of the process that we have, which I think is adequate for this type of case. It's the nuances of this particular case. This was an issue where we went out to the site, multiple times at night, during the day, at lunchtime, to try to ascertain the violation. They're not exceeding not to get too technical, but they're not exceeding the decibel thresholds that are in the code, the city's code, for when noise is too loud.
Or whack.
Or the whack as well. They're creating the folks who lived across the street, across Park Lane, were claiming that the noise was creating a nuisance, even though it wasn't exceeding the decibel thresholds in the code and in the WAC. So That's a hard thing to work through in that the code doesn't have specific objective criteria for what constitutes a nuisance noise for the most part. So that's why we commissioned, or the folks who live across the street actually prepared their own noise study, which we reviewed. We have some follow-up questions for, and that's what we're doing in the next couple weeks, talking through that. So I think it's really the sort of the substance of the case, not the process. That's taken a while.
And my question was really meant about the process, making sure that, if there are changes to the process, that we can. It sounds like you've looked into that.
Yeah, so I guess, and just to follow up to that, I guess if we conclude that there actually is a violation, that this is nuisance noise that's being created, the new hearing examiner process, the new appeals process will make it easier to bring a complaint and start imposing fines on the business. So that is a process improvement that will help with this case.
Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. And thank you for all your work on this. I'm not going to repeat what was already said. I did have sort of three, I guess what I was going to, I appreciate all the hard work that went into this. I also appreciate that the real focus was on process improvements to improve enforceability. So I know that this wasn't an opportunity to open up sort of questions of new policy, new ordinances, new types and scope of violations. But I was kind of curious whether there was anything that was left on the cutting room floor right before, when it comes to process improvements and enforcement. Was there anything that almost made the cut but didn't quite make the cut? And the noise example that Councilmember Pascal raised, and that specific case, it was one of the ones I was wondering about. And by the way, can I just say that I'm on a lot of those communications for that case, and the number of times that Director Weinstein has actually gone out after hours to try to address that complex is incredibly impressive. And so, thank you. Really, customer service for everyone involved above and beyond. So I appreciate that. So that would be an example, like noise. I saw that noise was a fairly small fraction of the work that our code enforcement does, but it does have these complex cases. So that was one I had in my mind. Another one that just recently arose with a neighbor who has a concern about sort of a ongoing, perpetual, everyday garage sale at the property next door. That was the kind of thing I wonder if, we don't have a code on perpetual garage sales. We don't have a limit. Some cities do, we don't. We have other ways to address the nuisance that might be caused by having a garage sale every day, day after day next door. I was wondering if anything like that arose. And then there's one other example of something that we've heard a lot about, and that is pollution on the shores of Lake Washington coming from unencapsulated polystyrene dock floats. So those are some of the things that I've heard a lot from residents. They would like to see us maybe be in a position to take some code enforcement action. They're complex situations, all of them. But I'm wondering if anything in any of those categories or other categories sort of just missed making the cut.
So I'll let you answer the phone one.
And for the reason that it might inform some direction that the council might give about future new code.
So when we started this process, the goal was to stay in our lane as far as 1.12. And so there are several things that we touch that do need to be updated. Noise needs to be updated. Glare is another one that we have a lot of that's really kind of hit and miss. Because we were just focused on this chapter, because it's been so long since there have been updates, we did not tackle anything in the zoning code that is touched by our code, as far as that goes. So, do you want to touch base on the phone?
Yeah, I mean, Deputy Mayor, the other topics you mentioned, like noise and polystyrene and perpetual garage sales, like there's probably like 100 other examples of that where some strategic code amendments could be helpful in enforcing. these are all, really intricate issues, especially noise. I would say noise out of all of those jumps out as a really, really complicated one to address. It's temporal in nature. It changes over time. It's hard to enforce on because it's temporary, right? There's sort of lots of issues related to noise especially. So I think that all those other topics are worth focusing on at a future date, right? I mean, they all warrant additional attention. The polystyrene thing is something that we have existing code to address right now as an enforcement mechanism. And then when we get to the Shoreline Master Program in 2027, that's a good thing to really sort of drill down into because it's a topic that has come to a lot of folks' attention. But I think, any one of those is worthy of at least the high priority ones are worthy of a focus in the future, but they're, I think, big enough where they're sort of outside of the scope of this project.
And signs.
Okay.
We have sign code as well, yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you.
And just for the revolving garage sale, I would encourage anybody that's experiencing that to submit a Q alert. We've had those before, and we've managed those before with property owners.
Great, thank you.
City Manager, did you have something you want to add before I call on Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
Yeah, I just wanted to see if you could roll back to the hearing examiner slide about the new process, because something was said in what the slide said, I don't know if they totally lined up, which was my question, which I asked Don to elaborate is, can you assess a fine if the person doesn't appeal to the hearing examiner? So maybe you can speak to that. If they're not complying, but they're not appealing, then what happens?
Yeah, we can, if you look in the civil fine table, we would be able to assess daily fines at that point.
Doesn't have to follow the finding. It can be
Correct.
done by the staff.
Yeah. What would happen is that we would go through our process like we do, try to get the property into compliance. If they weren't going to do that, we would issue a notice of civil violation, a notice and order of civil violation, which would give them a final deadline, and it would basically notify them that we're getting ready to impose daily fines on it, and that it would eventually, or could eventually, be posted on title.
And I'd just add that if they choose not to comply, or even if they appeal and a hearing examiner issues a decision on the appeal and they still choose not to comply, we also still have the abatement process available to us, which is being updated as part of this code to make it clear how we can recover costs, city costs and that.
And it will probably be a larger conversation too.
If I could just interject on abatement, we could have an entire study session just on abatement.
Correct.
Since I have been here, which is 10 years, we have never abated anything on private property. We have come close and threatened, and people have come into compliance. We have abated conditions on public property, somebody's storm sewer system overflowing in the city area, things like that. But I am looking into that now. There's no authority in our code and none in state law that would allow us to enact code that gives anyone at the city authority to go onto private property. So we have to get a court order. We have to go through our hearing examiner process, and then we have to go to Superior Court and get a court order to enter property and conduct the abatement. So we've never had to do that, which is good. We feel like we're getting some cases that are close, so we're having those discussions now.
Any questions on abatement before all right, Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
Thank you. To Councilmember Black's concern, is there a miscellaneous code that limits the number of days a garage sale can continue? Because I would suggest 3. And I would ask for a miscellaneous code amendment for consideration that limits garage sales to 3 days if there's nothing that currently regulates this. I'm very familiar with the
Same.
yeah.
Thanks, Councilmember Tim Chisholm. Yeah, it's a good point. There's a lot of gray areas of the code, right? In all sorts of areas, the garage sales is one of those gray areas. It's not something that's explicitly allowed actually in the code. It's not really an allowed use for the most part. But they typically happen in such a temporary nature that they're gone before we would ever enforce on them. So some additional clarity for garage sales could be helpful.
Okay. It's basically a commercial store at some point that's just hasn't really been licensed, and I think commercial stores in residential neighborhoods are an issue we may address someday.
I think, I mean, something like that we could discuss as being a home occupation as well,
Yeah,
running a business out of the house in a continual fashion.
I don't think it's desirable, but,
We also have a sign code
I
issue.
think it's a sign code issue.
We have a
as
sign
well.
code issue on that garage sale
Yeah,
also.
that's,
Councilmember Falcone?
I was just going to mention that we did adopt the planning work program that includes residential retail, so that might be a time to look at that and kind of what the definitions are between that versus a garage sale.
Thank you. Anyone else? Shannon, you brought us in exactly on time. Great job. Thank you so much.
totally
This was very interesting. So thank you for that. That concludes our study session for the evening. We will be back at 7:30 for our regular meeting. right, we are back in session following a public defense overview and a discussion of proposed amendments to the code enforcement process. We have two proclamations this evening. The first one will be National Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, which will be read by Councilmember Black. The second one will be Affordable Housing Week proclamation, will be read by Shilpa Prim. So, City Manager.
All right. Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. So we'll be declaring the month of May as National Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. There are a lot of links and resources to learn more about this in the council memo, and the proclamation has lots of information as well. And this proclamation will be accepted by Judy Shongyang Tan, who is the president of the Formosan Association of Public Affairs, and her family. So we're very excited to have them here today.
Yeah, let me welcome you all. Thank you. It's particularly special for me because I am part of a mixed family that is Taiwanese and European. So thank you. Today I'm going to read a proclamation of the City of Kirkland, Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, May 2026. Whereas Asian American and Pacific Islander, or AAPI, Heritage Month is an annual observance to celebrate the contributions that generations of the AAPI community have made to American history, society, and culture. And whereas more than 17% of Kirkland's residents identify as AAPI, making their presence and influence a vital part of the city's social fabric, economic vitality, and community identity. And whereas Kirkland is home to a diverse population with around 5,000 people in Kirkland speaking languages other than English, with speakers of many Asian languages, including Chinese, both Mandarin and Cantonese, Korean, Vietnamese, Tagalog, reflecting a rich cultural heritage that strengthens our community. I can also say, I can prove with my mama that includes Taiwanese dialect as well. Whereas the city encourages community members to learn and celebrate AAPI Heritage Month through resources such as the King County Library System's AAPI book collections, the Wing Luke Museum in Seattle's Chinatown International District, and the Internationalist AAPI Business Guide. And whereas this observance reflects Kirkland's continued commitment to equity, inclusion, and belonging, and community safety as outlined in resolutions R 5693 and R 5434, while affirming the city's stance against anti-Asian hate and violence. And whereas the city of Kirkland reaffirms its dedication to fostering a safe, inclusive, and welcoming environment where the cultural, I didn't think I was going to have trouble getting through this, but I am having trouble getting through this. Everyone bear with me for just 1 second. And welcoming environment where the cultural heritage of all communities is honored and celebrated. Now, therefore, Mayor Kelly Curtis, on behalf of the Kirkland City Council, proclaims May 2026 as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month in Kirkland, Washington, and encourages the community to uplift Asian American and Pacific Islander voices and reaffirm our shared commitment to building a welcoming community for all.
Okay. Oh, yeah, can you please? Thank you. So, yeah, I have my paper here. Oh, thank you. So, Major Curtis and all the city directors and city council members and all the friends and neighbors here, good evening. So my name is Xiong Yong. Yeah, that's Taiwanese. Yeah, so I'm really honored to accept this proclamation of AAPI here, AAPI Heritage Month here today. So as the president of Formosan Association for Public Affairs, Washington chapter, thank you for the council, to the city Kirkland for affirming that our communities are seen and valued here. So I've had the privilege working closely with the Taiwanese American community right here on the east side. Kirkland is home to one of the largest of those communities. They can be your colleagues in your tech company, your small business owners, your children's best friend at school, or your neighbors at Juanita Beach, on the summer weekends. Yeah, so tonight's recognition matters to all of them, to all of us across this region who call this place as home. So AAPI Heritage Month celebrates the contributions of all communities under this umbrella, each with their own languages, cultures, and histories, while still leaving rooms for each to be celebrated on its own. So for Taiwanese Americans, that is Taiwanese American Heritage Week, first proclaimed by President Clinton in 1999, an effort initiated probably by our organization, FABA, and this May will mark its 27th anniversary. And here in Washington, the city of Seattle and Bellevue has already issued their own Taiwanese American Heritage Week proclamations for us. So our community, this kind of recognition carries a particular weight. Taiwanese Americans have long have to explain, like sometimes against the pressure from outside, that we have our own languages, our own history, our own identity. A proclamation that names us is a small act with a big meaning. It tells our children, including my own children here today with us, that their identities are real and that is being seen. So I really appreciate tonight with the proclamations with really sincere gratitude. And this, the same spirit, FABA's original request was for a Taiwanese American Heritage Week proclamation. So next May, we respectfully ask the city of Kirkland to join Seattle and Bellevue in proclaiming Taiwanese American Heritage Week. We'll be truly honored to work with you to make that happen. So thank you. 多谢. Yeah.
All right, Councilmember Prim's going to come down. City Manager.
I think our special guest is still trying to arrive. But, oh, I'm sorry. I'm okay. Phew. I did not see. I was looking out the door. Thank you. All right. So we'll be proclaiming the month of May, the week of May 18th to May 22nd as Affordable Housing Week in Kirkland. And as again, there are some links in our memo and in the proclamation where you can learn more. And we're very excited to have receiving the proclamation tonight, the President and CEO, Robin Walls of the King County Housing Authority. So welcome, Robin.
Welcome. Whereas the need for affordable housing across the region and the number of people experiencing homelessness remain at a crisis level, and whereas the city of Kirkland is committed to meaningfully contributing to the development of necessary affordable housing in the region, and whereas the city of Kirkland has advanced the development of affordable housing by working with partner organizations such as the King County Housing Authority, a regional coalition for housing, ARCH, Imagine Housing, and other nonprofit housing developers, recognizing that regional and cross-organizational collaboration is the most effective way to solve the affordable housing crisis. And whereas the city of Kirkland continues to implement the 2044 Comprehensive Plan Update, which includes innovative, far-reaching policies to promote the development of affordable housing at scale throughout the city, along with new state legislation that will expand housing supply and affordability. And whereas on April 21st, 2026, the Kirkland City Council adopted the 2026 and through 2028 Planning Work Plan program, advancing many key affordable housing policies. And whereas since 1999, the City of Kirkland has committed over $8.3 million in general funds to a regional coalition of housing, ARCH, supporting the creation of thousands of units of affordable housing in East King County, and the city will continue to invest substantial funds in the preservation and development of affordable rental and home ownership opportunities. And whereas people, organizations, and communities throughout King County are participating in local Affordable Housing Week activities to elevate the critical need to create healthy communities and ample affordable housing. And whereas the City of Kirkland endorses the goals, objectives, and purposes of Affordable Housing Week, and in doing so affirms the city's commitment to ensuring that all people in Kirkland live with dignity in safe, healthy, and affordable homes. Now, therefore, Mayor Kelly Curtis, on behalf of the City Council, proclaims May 18th through the 22nd, 2026, as Affordable Housing Week in Kirkland.
I'll just briefly say that on behalf of the King County Housing Authority and the broader group of affordable housing providers, I would like to thank the City of Kirkland for being such a strong partner of ours in expanding and developing affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, we are now moving on to items from the audience. Excuse me, this is a time in our meeting when we normally hear from the public. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. We will provide up to 45 minutes for our items from the audience, with no more than 6 speakers on a subject regardless of the position on the topic. To address the council during items from the audience, please sign up using the online public comment instruction link or the posted QR code in chambers. For those participating by phone, please dial *9 to be recognized to speak. Items from the audience is an important part of our business meeting, and we ask that everyone be treated with kindness and respect. Please do not clap or applaud or otherwise openly express your agreement or disagreement with a speaker. When that happens, even when supporting a speaker, it can be disruptive of the meeting and discourage others from sharing a different point of view. We discourage people from using obscenities and making personal attacks against others. And we ask that you direct your comments to council, not to staff or audience members. In addition, because they can be disruptive, signs and placards are not allowed in council chambers during our meetings, regardless of their content. Kirkland prides itself on being a respectful, welcoming community. We want everyone to feel like they belong in council chambers expressing their viewpoints. City Clerk, who do we have signed up to speak?
Thank you, Mayor. At this point, we have 14 guests wishing to speak, including 2 pennies back to back. We'll take the first 3 in this order. Joe Kunzler virtually, Stanley Ho virtually, and Charlene McElliott on site.
All right. Joe? Joe, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Joe Kunzler here, regular commenter. I want to address item H5 in your consent agenda and your new council rules. I want to register my censure of not incorporating rules to directly address and curtail Alex Zimmerman's prolific multi-year hate speech campaign using city government of Kirkland facilities. Passage of the current rules to me is the equivalent of the City Council of Kirkland by inaction amplifying and legitimizing Zimmerman's harmful and false narratives about you, your neighbors, and me questioning why we should prioritize Kirkland and ST free. But first, I appreciate that finally Kirkland is writing RCW 29B.45.010 into your council procedures to shut down campaigning during public comment. It helps. I've filed many complaints to the PDC over the years about this, and I'm happy to see that work bear some fruit. I also, second, I appreciate you getting an exclusion policy, but I think it's too little to meet the constant hate campaign we see from one troubled individual. You could adopt the policies of Redmond or Bellevue and put an end to this pretty doggone quickly. But that's my opinion, that you limit your comment to city business. The King County District Court just last December found those policies were A-OK. Councilors, in my opinion, you are deciding to try again to pass with the bare minimum. You can't just brew proclamations to heal the world. You actually have to take action when a hate monger comes to you. You have, I think there's a way out of here for all of us with honor. And as I find it disorderly to hurl hate that has nothing to do with Kirkland city business, and I think that might just salvage Kirkland's civic honor. In conclusion, we are conducting this conversation under the backdrop of Sound Transit Free and the Enterprise Initiative. Sound Transit is about more than a network of public transportation to me. When a station is put down, that means the community is built up and shared values are reinforced, like integrity, love of science, inclusion, ethics, and doing the right thing and standing up for what's right. And I've been at the business end of that sometimes, and I appreciate it. I need to see some action by the city council to act on those shared values to support me getting you a station before 12 Issaquah. So I quote to you, Joe Biden, in conclusion: we have to reject hate in every form because history has taught us again and again anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, homophobia, transphobia, they're all connected. Hate towards one group, left unanswered, opens the door for more hate towards more groups, more often, readily, end quote. And that's how I feel about the matter, and I hope I was respectful with you. I know some of us share a mutual friend in Redmond who I love very much, and it's Jewish Heritage Month. So thank you for your public service, and my time is up. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Next, we have Stanley. Oh, Stanley's virtual also, right?
Oh, hi. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, Stanley, go ahead.
Yeah. So, Mayor, council members, nice to meet you again. Stanley Ho, Kirkland resident. And yeah, thanks for the AAPI Heritage Month proclamation earlier tonight. As you know, I'm also a Taiwanese immigrant here in Kirkland. The city attorney sent a written response at 5:14 p.m. today, 16 minutes before tonight's council meeting, and provided qualified rather than unqualified responses per my April 28th request. The original response left out the city council, the city clerk, and Sarah Roberts. I have since restored the original thread distribution and requested indexing on the public record for agenda item 3A, prosecution services, of the April 21st city council meeting. I'm also still awaiting the contracted prosecution services separate set of unqualified responses to April 21st and April 23 question sets. The city's attorney's response confirms that preponderance is the applicable standard for an SLC revocation. The prosecution service applied beyond a reasonable doubt in its April 2nd declination, a different and arguably much higher standard than the one the city attorney has now confirmed on the record. I'm going to engage with that discrepancy as well as others in writing through the public record this week and the next. The overall cumulative documentary record on contracted prosecution services performance and how the Kirkland institutional handling of this file remains a matter I am also continuing to compile in advance of the overall September evaluation. Thank you.
Thank you, Stanley. Next, we have Charlene.
Hi, good evening. It's my first time I've attended here. So,
Charlene, go ahead and lower the microphone so we can hear you. There you are.
There we go. Okay.
Your help is coming. Hold
Is that
on.
better? Oh, now they can see me. I was sort of taking comfort in not. Oh, here I am. So I'm here to talk about the Northeast 85th Street Station. And I wrote a bunch of things down, but I'm going to really condense it more. I think the question here, or the situation here, is will this area become inclusive neighborhood or a low-density, high-cost area? And I had to do a little research on exactly what does low cost and density and all of that means. And the minimum density ensures that the land will be used efficiently and allows single-family homes or townhomes would use a large amount of land, large amount. Also, it will drive up it'll get rid of more of the affordability and the stability that having would be lost. So detached homes and townhomes don't trigger the city's affordable housing requirements. High-density buildings do. They include low income, and they also, it's no coincidence tonight that there was the affordable housing people here, and this admission or this acknowledgement of our diversity in the city of Kirkland. And all of this, the 85 thing would contribute to all that. It would build it up. Let's see. And the one thing I thought was really cool about it is that it's right by the new big deal transit thing that's happening. And what a wonderful way to have all of us to create some kind of history. This is important. This is a transit center that's going in, that's going to be there for years. In order to sustain that and to have that area supported with shops and people coming downtown. And I think when you have the right kind of housing, that would promote it. I don't know about you all, but when I'm home, I'm home. And, does it cross my mind to go downtown Kirkland? Not necessarily, but if you're, I think I just, forget that part. So the high-density housing ensures the station becomes lively, and it also, the low-density housing reduces the ridership.
Charlene, I'm sorry, but you see that red light?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Next, we have Joyce Stone, followed by Penny Kahn and Penny Sweet.
Joyce. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. I have never spoken in front of a city council. This is all new for me. Okay. Somebody start off by saying that I'm 11th generation Floridian, and I moved up here 4 years ago to be closer to my daughter and her family. Kirkland is a great city, and I love it. But I want it to be also a great community for all. I'm talking about that 85th Street station, by the way, sorry. By building stores on the first level and apartments above, you increase the walkability, the mobility for everyone. It helps make it an AARP-friendly city with green spaces, and you're building a community. People using the station, they're going to shop, work, and thrive. If you add townhomes, what is the purpose of the station? They're going to get off and do what? They're not going to increase your traffic. If you add townhouses, how can you age in place townhouses are not conducive to aging in place. I envision this if I lived there, in a place where my granddaughter could come over. We could go right out to eat, to play, to shop in the same area. That's my vision, and I hope it's your vision too. Okay, you guys are young. I'm not, but you guys are young. So I just want you to think of this and ask yourself, what do you want in your lives as you age? Think about that. You got to think about that. Anyway, so please continue to give hope and to be the light of our community, Kirkland. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Joyce. All right, Penny. Penny Kahn, I should be clear on that.
Thank you. I'm Penny Kahn, and I'm a longtime resident of Kirkland and a small business owner. And I just wanted to comment on the same thing, the 85th project. I think high-density housing, business, and commercial uses would be more appropriate and would utilize transit more than townhomes. Thank you.
Thank you, Penny. All right, next we have our other Penny, Penny Sweet.
Penny Sweet, followed by Kurt Dressner, Judy Nayan.
My name is Penny Sweet. Good evening, former colleagues and trusted members of our City Council. I'm here tonight to speak in support of the city's effort to help in launching a tool library for our city. A tool library is a community-based nonprofit resource hub that enables members to borrow tools rather than purchase them, fostering a sharing and economy. It reduces financial burdens, alleviates storage constraints for residents, promotes environmental sustainability by decreasing waste, and it fosters social cohesion. You all know that I have been and continue to be a huge proponent of a tool library. Since leaving council, I have immersed myself in all things sharing, programs, reuse events, and systems, tool libraries across the Seattle area, in particular at Shoreline. And the story is a good one. I know I shared the Reconomy's annual financial report with all of you, which clearly shows that Shoreline and North Seattle facilities have demonstrated financial and operational success in a short period of time. We believe we have the wherewithal, with your resource support and space, to meet that goal within an even shorter time. Since 2020 and the pandemic, George Floyd's murder, and the racial unrest with the Black Lives Matter movement, our community has continued in an unstable environment. Social unrest, political dissent and disagreement, economic fragility have all buffeted not just Kirkland, but the whole of our country, and it continues to this day. Creation of something like a tool library is the kind of thing that could be a real shot in the arm for our community, something that will bring us together in a new way that meets our sustainability objectives and sets us up for reuse success as we plan for the upcoming transfer station replacement. Please move this work forward with your discussion this evening. Also, just as a reminder, we are still in a housing crisis. As you consider issues around density, as you consider the church facilities, please keep that in mind. I cannot applaud more what the ladies behind me just said. Good to see you all. I'll be watching.
Thanks, Penny. All right, Kurt Dressner. And now the podium gets lifted.
Good evening,
Council members, my name is Kurt Dresner, and I'm a resident of the Everest neighborhood. I'm speaking tonight in support of the Tool Library project. This is a swaging tool. It's for crimping the ends of steel cables. 9 years ago today, I was working on a project to add canvas coverings to my back deck. I bought this at Home Depot for about $50. I used it it worked perfectly for that one project, and it has been hanging in my garage ever since. Despite what it might look like, this is not the world's smallest pizza cutter. It is a screen roller. You cannot repair a window screen without one of these. I bought it when my daughter was much younger and damaged the screen in her bedroom. I think I've used it twice. I have countless other one-off tools in my garage that were absolutely required for a single Saturday afternoon, but now simply take up space. Others, like my pressure washer, get used maybe 2 days per year. My tools aren't in a landfill, but that is unfortunately the trajectory for so many. The average power drill is used for less than 20 minutes of its entire lifetime. Yet we manufacture, package, ship, and purchase millions of them, only for them to sit idle and eventually end up as waste once the batteries fail or the plastic degrades. Tool libraries don't just save us money on the tools themselves. A year or two ago, my partner's coffee machine stopped working. It was likely just a blown fuse or a loose connection. If we had a local tool library with a fix-it night like the one in Shoreline, she could have gotten access to the expertise needed to open it up. She could have saved $100 on a new machine and given a longer life to an otherwise functional appliance. I am in a position of privilege. I can afford to buy a $50 tool for a one-time use, and I have a garage to store it. My partner can afford to buy a new coffee maker. But for many of our neighbors, that financial barrier is the difference between having the right tool for the job and a repair that is simply out of reach. A tool library ensures that the ability to fix a bike or maintain a home isn't a luxury reserved for those with extra garage space and disposable income. Most importantly to me, tool libraries are community hubs. Through events, classes, and volunteering, we create a third place where neighbors actually meet and help one another. I would have loved some pointers on how to use the screen roller, by the way. I wasted a lot of screen fabric before I got the hang of it. Right now, there are a dozen tool libraries west of Lake Washington, but not one on the east side. Kirkland has a reputation as a city that leads. We have the chance to bring the first tool library to this side of the lake, a project that will pay social dividends and save our residents many times over what it costs to get started. I urge you to move forward today on the tool library RFP. Let's turn those idle tools into a shared community resource. Thank you.
Thank you. Judy's next.
Judy Nguyen, followed by Barbara Chunkill and Louita Hawkinson.
Judy, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Judy Nguyen, and I live in the Finn Hill neighborhood. You've heard tonight why a tool library matters for sustainability, for affordability, and for community. I want to build on that by speaking to what it takes to make one truly successful. So my husband and I have spent the past 6 years restoring our home ourselves, and for the past 2 years, I've volunteered with the tool libraries in Shoreline and Northeast Seattle. I've seen firsthand how these operate day to day, what drives usage, what builds trust, and what keeps people coming back. I care deeply about community building here in Kirkland. I joined the Totem Lake Run Club when it first started in 2021 and now serve as a captain. My husband and I took city partner dance classes to prepare for our wedding first dance, and I've taken classes at the Kirkland Arts Center. Those experiences may seem small, but they're exactly how people build connection, by showing up, learning something new, and getting to know their neighbors. I was also honored to win Kirkland's 2024 business pitch competition for my startup called Homebody, which focuses on helping homeowners plan projects and build the confidence to take them on. So I think a lot about how people move from intention to action. And that's really the difference between a tool library that exists and one that thrives. Access to tools is necessary, but it's not sufficient. The most successful tool libraries combine strong operations with community engagement. They make borrowing feel approachable. They provide guidance, not just equipment. And they create an environment where people feel confident tackling projects that they might not have tried otherwise without the knowledge and access provided by a tool library. The encouraging thing is that Kirkland doesn't have to start from scratch. There are many thriving models already working successfully on the west side, and plenty of community interest we've seen. Kirkland already has a strong, locally rooted foundation of experience ready to build onto. I ask that the council please move forward with the Kirkland Tool Library RFP, and I encourage you to prioritize operators who bring both hands-on experience and a clear plan for long-term sustainability, community programming, and inclusive access. Because if this is set up well from the beginning, this won't just be a place to borrow tools. It'll be a place where people build skills, confidence, and connection. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Judy. All right, Barbara.
Stay down for me. I'm speaking on the redevelopment of the station area as well. I moved to Kirkland 60 years ago, first to the Rose Hill area for 5 years, and now I'm in Norkirk for 55. As you can imagine, I've seen a lot of change, and it's hard to see the small-town flavor of the city disappear. But the 85th Street corridor has always felt first and foremost like a business setting, not suitable for individual houses. I can remember going to, after the races, to Waldo's Tavern, and it certainly didn't feel like a neighborhood area for people to live in. Anyway, I also walk a lot, including up to Rose Hill, and I'd like to see the area remain inviting to pedestrians. Consequently, it makes most sense to me to have the focus be on apartment living with friendly small business on the ground floor rather than townhouses, which take up so much more space. My hope is that you'll keep this area zoned as apartment community, which I see as having several advantages. That housing can be suitable for seniors because elevators are much better than stairs. It encourages walkability by allowing for small business and places for people to go. It allows for more housing units rather than townhouses, while at the same time reducing dependence on cars because of the option to use our transit options. I love Kirkland and want to keep the character of the city while doing what we can to reduce sprawl. Keeping the station area as a walkable space should encourage a sense of belonging for those who live there.
Thank you. Loida.
Loida, followed by Alex Zimmerman and Kim Faust online.
Hi, I'm Loida Hawkinson. I'm a 50-year resident of the Norkirk neighborhood. And I'm going to quote from the city website. Starting in May, the city of Kirkland will begin updating its 20-mile-per-hour school speed limit signs. 2 new types of signs will be introduced in school zones across Kirkland to make it clearer to drivers that they must slow down while driving in these areas. The new signs will also make it easier for drivers to know what to do in a given school zone. The 2 new types of signs are from full-time and all-day school zone speed limits. Full-time school zone signs read, speed limit 20 miles per hour, indicating that the speed limit of 20 miles per hour is in effect at all times, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, all year long. The other new zone sign reads, school speed limit 20, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. school days, meaning the school speed limit is in effect between 7 a.m. and 5 p.m. on any day that the school is in session. Please remember, children may be present around schools in any time of day at any time of the year. Always use extra caution when driving around schools, even if the school speed limit isn't in effect. Now that is from the city. This is from me. If the city realizes that children may be present around schools at any time of day and any time of the year, why is the speed limit not set at 20 miles per hour, period? Drivers will still have to check their speed when near a school zone. They should not be checking the time of day
nor remembering the day of the week. Please put a little more thought into these new signs. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we have Alex.
My name Alex Zimmerman. I president of Stand Up America. I 50-time candidate for election. King country fascist government prosecute me 7 times, all cases dismissed. I have from King country government 7,000 trespasses. 7,000. Nobody in America have 7,000 trespasses, but I have. It's good. I love this. It show what is fascist government, dirty fascist government we have. Yeah. Right now, I want to speak about King Country Housing Authority. Business, what is I know for 40 years. It's absolutely straight business. What is it's not only my opinion, it's a professional opinion. What is have experience with somebody for 40 years. They dirty, criminal, bandita, and killer. They not only spend $1 billion for this time to people who don't have document. They kill ordinary American citizen. An old man right now, my income is this high, I cannot find apartment. I can't. This is a problem. So what is I did? I have this Neil Black, you know what it means, who part of King Country Commissioner. Yeah. And 3 months ago, I give to him complaint. It's 3 months ago, this complaint include 3 questions. Nothing answer. Every meeting for 3 months, I come and talk, where is you give me answer? I don't see answer. Why you cannot give me answer? Where is the problem? We elect him, you know what it means. He responsible for this. We, his bosses, he work for us. Where is you see? So when ask employee about answer, question from boss, and don't have answer. Why he don't do an answer? Because he not care. He not care. Me or another, he not care because he's belong to organization what is not only totally corrupt, absolutely criminal. This is my opinion. So, right now I can speak to 100,000 people in Kirkland. People in this room can support me in asking about answer? No. Who can do in this here? You see, everybody quiet. I will speak right now to 100,000 people who live in King Country. Who can do in this? Nobody. It's a problem what is we have. This is fascism what is bring us to collapse. Viva Trump, viva New American Revolution, stand up, slave and happy cow. And guys, stop and steal in American citizen money. When this will be? Thank you very much.
All right, Kim Faust, correct?
Yes, Kim Faust, followed by Joan McBride, Susan Davis, and lastly, Liz Hunt. Kim is joining us virtually.
Kim, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you. Hello, this is Kim Faust with Main Street Property Group. I wanted to say thank you to the council for taking the time to carefully consider the amendments to the station area detached housing options. And I think that I would like to support amendment number 3. As a developer, parcels are not all able to be redeveloped with apartments or mixed use due to size or other constraints, or assemblage could take a very long time. Amendment 3 provides a middle ground to see more near-term housing and allows a little bit more flexibility that likely would provide the city council with what they want relative to mixed use and apartment buildings, but also generation of housing in the midterm. Thank you.
Thank you. Joan McBride.
Can I just play with this for a second?
Sure.
This is kind of cool.
It's part of your 3 minutes, though.
Oh, okay. I want it to go up. Where's that button? Oh, no. Which button is up? They all point down. Oh, I see it. I see it. I see it.
Yeah. Welcome to the new age. Oh, sorry. Okay. Hello, Council. It's so good to see all of you. I'm Joan McBride, and I'm here to talk to you tonight about affordable housing on land owned by faith-based organizations, a subject that is going to be later on your agenda, I think, in the business section. Now, I'm speaking tonight as a resident, as a faith member, but not as a member of my church. I'm speaking for myself tonight. Here are some things that I would like to say see in this ordinance that you'll be creating, or this discussion you'll be having on faith-based organizations and their land, very general. So some of the things I'd like to see is complementary uses co-located with houses, such as social services included within the land, or even a small business. Maybe some of the faith-based organizations would share some of the property, or maybe even be in a small part of the actual building or premises. Maximum flexibility, I would love to see that as part of this whole range when we begin talking about faith-based lands. Taking advantage of opportunities as they present themselves, such as smaller than optimum pieces of property. Inclusion of near market rate may be included in some of the houses so that we get a mix of economies within those houses of people. Density bonuses on top of those that will be allowed by state government. Lower parking demands and creative financing. I found in many years of dealing with and knowing many pastors and faith leaders in this community, great leaders, great managers, great administrators, big, huge land things, I think they're going to need some professional help, and I'm looking at the great city of Kirkland for all that expertise. Design is important to our town and to the residents of the future housing. I'm thinking of our own Velocity at South Kirkland Park and Ride as an example of respectful and uplifting design. Anything that we can do to introduce new affordable housing to Kirkland is laudable. It's critical, and to paraphrase, I actually past my bedtime. To paraphrase, affordable housing on faith-based properties helps to bend the arc of the moral universe towards justice. Oh, thank you, I did it.
Thank you,
Good
Joan.
to see you all.
All right. Susan Davis, I assume she's virtual. Susan, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. I'm Susan Davis. I live in North Rose Hill neighborhood. I wanted to speak on a few topics. The first one is I want to send kudos to Daniel Lazo. He helped with the neighborhood safety program, and we were, of course, involved in North Rose Hill, and I hope that you guys will approve the projects that are listed. And hopefully in the future we could have more funding. This kind of leads to the tool library. Totally understand the need. It sounds like you have a lot of people that have political clout as well in the community that really want this tool library. If there's genuine interest, I totally understand. I think we should limit it at 100K, and if they're going to be needing any other kind of funding, they need to do the model with where they have a membership fee, or they try to get private funding. Maybe they could use the Kirkland Parks Community Association. But for having City of Kirkland on the dole for years to come for the tool library, I do not support that. I personally think we should wait until we actually understand what King County is giving us for the transfer station, because as I have seen it, it's not a done deal that we are going to have the new transfer station, but you guys are acting like it is going to be a done deal, which creates even more questions in my mind. Moving on to the stationary plan, I support townhomes on 85th. I was actively involved. I made much public comment regarding the 85th stationary plan. When you guys did that analysis, your analysis allowed townhomes on 85th. You even mentioned in the staff memo with pre-existing conditions, with pre-existing analysis done for the stationary plan that recognizes these are transition areas between lower and higher intensities. And you guys even had that as being an option, townhomes. And I understand some people have commented, they don't live in our neighborhood, that they don't want townhomes there. I think townhomes between 126th and 128th Avenue should happen. You have to understand they are basically right behind them is single family homes. If you go to the north side of 85th, there are some very narrow lots right there. Right behind them is single family homes. If someone built a 65-foot tall apartment building south of these homes, they're going to see no sunlight. And it's a good thing to do because townhomes mean home ownership. Apartments don't. We have a lot of already existing open commercial space. Just look at Kirkland Urban. These new spaces, small
Susan?
business not afford the rent.
Susan?
Thank you very much.
Thank
Yes,
you.
thank you, Mayor. Yep.
All right, our last speaker is Liz Hunt. I think this is the second time this has happened to you. So bring us home.
Excellent. Good evening, Mayor and council members and staff. My name is Liz Hunt, and I'm a resident of Kirkland. I'd like to speak tonight to the consent calendar, the item relating to updating the City Council policies and procedures. Specifically Section 8.10, which is the process to choose new members of Kirkland's boards and commissions, which are wonderful features that we have here in Kirkland. Every year, 3 council members are chosen to serve on a committee to interview candidates for these boards and commissions, and to recommend the candidates that should be placed in the free slots on those boards and commissions. The new process in the packet, and to be approved tonight, rotates members each year to spread the work around of serving on that committee. However, the new process isn't as balanced as it should be, and I've mentioned this the previous time that you discussed this. For example, in the first 4 years of the new process, 3 people are chosen each year, and position 6 will serve 3 times in the first 4 years, in years 1 through 3. And that seat's currently held by our wonderful Amy Falcone. But position 7 is only serving once in those 4 years, and it's not until year 3. Currently, that position is held by our council member Pascal. Also, positions 4 and 5 only serve once in those 4 years. So for all council members to get their 3 years serving on the committee, it requires all 7 of you council members to sit in those same seats or sit on the commission, on the council for all 7 years, so that there's time to rotate everybody through and make sure everybody gets a turn or 3 turns. So there can be no retirements. There's 3 elections during those 7 years. There can't be any changes related to elections. So it's a very elegant design, but it requires consistency and stability across 7 years on all 7 seats. So I'd like to see that be more balanced. And I will also weigh in on the townhomes in the station area. And I feel that having townhomes in some transition areas between, especially areas that have single-family homes, which could otherwise be butting right up against larger buildings, I think that kind of transition space is worth considering. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, is that it?
Yes.
Thank you. We are now closing items from the audience. We are going to move on to special presentations. Our special presentation this evening is from the King County Housing Authority with an update from President and CEO Robin Walls, City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Yes, we have our special guest who also accepted our Affordable Housing Proclamation, but Robin Walls, who's the President and CEO of the King County Housing Authority, has been in that role since 2022. And she brings extensive experience with affordable housing and deep expertise in housing and urban development programs and federal housing policy. And she's here to give us an update on what's happening with the King County Housing Authority.
Thanks. Good afternoon, or good evening, I should say. And thank you for inviting me. It is not always easy to be a supporter of affordable housing. And so I appreciate that the City Council has been a consistent supporter of affordable housing. So a little bit of the background on the King County Housing Authority. We were established in 1939 as a municipal corporation. We are governed by a 5-member board of commissioners that also includes a resident commissioner, and we have a resident advisory council. We receive our primary funding from the federal government, from the Department of Housing and Urban Development, and we also have a substantial amount of revenue from tenants. King County Housing Authority, it has a designation as a moving to work agency. We are original 39 moving to work agency, which has allowed us to have a certain level of flexibility to design innovative programs, some of which we will talk about this evening. Through our affordable housing programs, we like to say that every day we are touching at least 24,000 households in the city of King County who are residing in some type of housing that we provide. And this includes over 9,000 of our workforce housing units. We're actually rapidly closing in on 10,000 units. We have a jurisdictional map that shows the presence of King County Housing Authority throughout King County. I will mention that we are literally in every area of the county except that is within our service area. You will notice that the cities of Renton and the cities of Seattle, which have their own housing authorities, are the two jurisdictions that are grayed out. For our federally subsidized programs, our tenant-based housing choice voucher program, and our home and our public housing program, which is we also call subsidized housing, participants paid 31% of their income that they use towards rent and utilities. Currently, we're serving 19,000 families in our federally subsidized programs. The majority of these families, close to 80% of them, have are households that have incomes that are less than 30% of the area median income. So these are some of our most economically vulnerable families in the community. With respect to the city of Kirkland, there are currently 2,265 households that are under 30% of AMI, so who would be most eligible for our federally subsidized programs. Annually, we're providing $21.4 million in terms of rental assistance. This includes 596 tenant-based vouchers for families that reside within the city of Kirkland. On our workforce housing side, and this is our largest program, for our workforce housing, these are housings that are owned, these are units that are owned by King County Housing Authority directly. They are not federally subsidized. We use a combination of private bonds as well as low-income housing tax credits to acquire and rehabilitate these housing. One of our core missions with respect to this portfolio is the preservation of affordable housing. This is housing that would most likely be lost to development and become market rate had it not been acquired by KCHA. KCHA from the map has a strong presence on the east side. Not only do we have a substantial amount of properties in Kirkland, but also as well as in Bellevue, Redmond, and Issaquah. We currently have 6 properties for seniors and people with disability, 1 manufactured home, and again, our largest portfolio is represented by these 22 workforce housing properties. Within our asset managed properties, bond portfolio, our workforce housing, there are 1,771 people that reside in 916 affordable homes. One of the and one of the things that we will talk about through this presentation is a couple of our signature properties that we have in Kirkland in this workforce housing portfolio. A little bit about the background also. One of the things that we know is that affordable housing is one of the biggest challenges that we are facing, not only locally in a high cost of living area, but also nationally. And what we've seen locally is a substantial increase in terms of two-bedroom units, 26% since 2020, which is really a marker for us in terms of the pandemic and the impact on affordability that started during the pandemic. We have a substantial number of families, 341, that are at risk of homelessness or homeless in terms of children who are school age. This is what I like to call a hidden part of our most vulnerable population, where sometimes families are not easily identifiable as being homeless. For some of our signature properties in Kirkland, we have a few that I'm going to highlight: Casa Juanita, Juanita Trace, and then Kirkland Heights, which is has really led the Housing Authority in terms of how we think through and continue our core mission of acquiring and redeveloping. Since this is the city of Kirkland, you all know the history of Kirkland Heights, where we acquired this from the Machinists Union and Boeing, and it has really this property has marked KCHA's journey through the way. One of the things that we decided to do with Kirkland Heights, and it's because it's so important to us since it has a large number of family units, which we really define as 3 and 4 bedroom properties, is continuing to build on and expand this property. And so we conducted an extensive rehab. We started with the proof of concept, where we took some of the one of the buildings that was originally 2-story and essentially raised it and built upon it. And once we realized that the proof of concept was successful, we were able to expand that in terms of the actual building construction. And then we also used a complex financing mechanism which allowed us to create 96 additional units on the third, and included 2 new residential buildings as well as a new community building. So we have some before and after pictures of Kirkland Heights, from when it was a 2-story walk-up to now, where we've increased and raised the roof essentially. The other thing that I will say around Kirkland Heights in terms of the innovative financing is that we just did a bond issuance last summer, and it was the largest single bond issuance of its type that had been issued by J.P. Morgan Chase for affordable housing. So taking a note in multiple places in terms of how we have really expanded and moved forward with respect to the approach for affordability. We provide, in terms of our wraparound services, because what we recognize in terms of some of these cities, in terms of some of our most vulnerable residents that we service, that we also have to have a variety of supportive housing programs. And so through our resident services, we look at everything from eviction prevention to crisis support. We also have after-school programs, as well as a family self-sufficiency program that provides financial coaching and connections with employment. And so we've had a substantial amount of engagement with Kirkland residents there. We have ongoing opportunities for partnerships and ways that we will continue to think through, whether it's for resident referrals, and we're always on the lookout for continuing to be able to expand our approaches for affordable housing. At our core, KCHA remains committed to servicing our most vulnerable residents, and that includes those who are extremely low income, as well as our commitment to workforce housing. Briefly, and then wrapping up, I will talk about a little bit of our most frequent acquisition in Kirkland, which was the Emerson Apartments, which KCHA acquired in 2019, and that's dedicated for workforce housing. And then an interesting chart, if you all have a little bit of a chance for a glance. You guys have a big agenda, so you may not want to get to this. But anyways, this shows the difference between our our points on affordability, where what market rate rents would be, which would be the in the red, and then KCHA rents. And so even for our workforce housing, we are always just doing modest increases, and it's really just enough to cover expenses, but also maintain that level of affordability. And so finally, in wrap up, I will just say I again will appreciate the city council, and I know there's also been work that's been done with our city manager in terms of helping move forward some of the permits from Kurt Triplett for Kirkland Heights, and really appreciate the support for the city of Kirkland. So thank you.
Thank you so much. If you have a minute, council might have a couple questions. I just want to tell you how much we value the KCHA properties in Kirkland, and you should be very proud of Kirkland Heights. We cannot wait for the ribbon cutting. It's just an amazing transformation, so thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Council, any questions? All right, we're going to let you go. Thank you so, so much.
Have a good evening. Thank you.
All right, we are going to move on to the consent calendar. Before I ask for a motion, I'd like to ask Deputy Mayor to present the audit of accounts and highlight the proclamations we have on the consent calendar.
Thank you, Mayor. We had payroll in the amount of $9,191,316.46 and bills in the amount of $7,784,590.04. Tonight, the mayor, on behalf of the City Council, will be issuing 2 additional proclamations. First, May is proclaimed Jewish American Heritage Month. This observance honors the history, culture, resilience, and achievements of Jewish Americans, recognizing both their profound contributions as well as the anti-Semitism, violence, and discrimination Jewish communities have had to endure. Through this proclamation, we reaffirm Kirkland's commitment to being a safe, welcoming, inclusive community where hate has no place. May is also proclaimed Bike Everywhere Month. This proclamation encourages bicycling as a healthy, affordable, and environmentally friendly way to travel, recreate, and enjoy Kirkland. This proclamation highlights Kirkland's continued investments in bike lanes, greenways, the Cross-Kirkland Corridor, and programs that make biking easier for all ages and abilities.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Arnold, second by Deputy Mayor Black. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please say, there's no ordinance, is there? Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion or consent calendar is approved 7-0. Thank you, everyone. All right, we are now moving on to our first business item, which is the adoption of the Northeast 85th Street Station Area Zoning Code amendments. We still need to name this something besides the Northeast Street Station Area, which was postponed from our last meeting. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So the bulk of this presentation is going to be made by our senior planner, Leandra Baker-Lewis, and she's going to be assisted by our Planning and Building Director, Adam Weinstein, and Deputy Director Allison Zeich. We don't have a detailed presentation since this is sort of in process, but we do have a presentation that covers the amendments that we heard from the council members. So with that, I will turn it over to Leandra.
Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Council. My name is Leandra, and I'm here tonight to pick up a conversation from your last meeting where we left off discussing the Planning Commission recommendations for the North 85th Street Station Area Activation Zoning Code changes. These changes are reflected in Ordinance 4936, which you may consider for adoption tonight. I have just 7 slides of information for you and then some supplemental slides to help facilitate council action. So we'll start off with a review of both the ordinance and recent council input. I'll quickly walk through just a couple of important zoning-related points for the station area intended to help inform your discussions, and pause to allow for any questions or further discussion before walking through potential amendments initiated by the council. We are ultimately seeking council action on the ordinance. As a quick review, Ordinance 4936 seeks to amend sections of the zoning code affecting the station area in 3 ways. It opens up development agreement possibilities and clarifies the applicability of development agreements. It prohibits low-density housing types area-wide with an exemption for in-progress projects intended for and applicable to the Rose Hill townhome development project. And then it extends flexibility in the affordable housing requirements for pioneer development or developments that occur sooner rather than later. Council's discussion mostly focused on the amendments relating to the prohibition of low-density housing types at your last meeting. So staff's input tonight also will focus there. A couple weeks ago, we heard council members coalescing around the idea that whatever rules end up governing the station area should encourage development outcomes that support or are in line with the envisioned station area as it has been adopted through the station area plan, which is a vibrant mixed-use environment with plentiful affordable housing and a mix of both high-tech and family wage jobs, all linked by transit. The parts of Ordinance 4936 that increase flexibility for projects were generally supported, and more limiting provisions that regulate low-density housing types came into question, with some council members wondering if this is the best way to regulate a minimum density. Some mentioned that this concept could be appropriate as it would steer development outcomes, preserve capacity, and prevent outcomes similar to what we're seeing at the Rose Hill Townhome development, while others expressed thoughts that the prohibition of housing types could create uncertainty and increase the risks for developers that may ultimately stunt development altogether. A motion was brought forward to remove the amendments related to the prohibited housing types, and a majority of the council was in favor of postponing the consideration of that motion and of the ordinance, allowing time for council to work with staff on solidifying potential amendments. So we have circulated some potential amendments for the council members to consider and have those ready for you later in the presentation. Before continuing with the amendment conversation, we have some zoning-related points that we'd like to share just to let you know kind of what's allowed where in the station area. So I'll walk through that with you quickly. So the station area is bisected by Interstate 405, and each side has some distinct provisions. I will note that the station area has an incentive program where projects can gain additional or bonus development allowances in exchange for public benefits. Added height is one of those main bonuses, and certain districts have a bonus maximum height that is reflected in the code and on the regulating plan. I believe there's physical copies of the regulating plan at your seats for reference. Some of the areas have bonus heights and some do not. So for purposes of discussion tonight, any reference I make to maximum building height will be considerate of and reflecting the highest allowed height between the base or the bonus height, whichever is larger and whichever applies to the applicable area. So I hope that makes sense, but moving forward, that's what I'll be referencing as the maximum height. So west of 405 consists of 3 districts: the Urban Flex District, which has a 45-foot height maximum. And although the station area code is a form-based code, there is a specific provision in the Urban Flex District that prohibits residential uses on the street level floor of any development, which would effectively prohibit townhomes today. The Neighborhood Mixed Use District allows for up to 60-foot buildings in designated areas. And since the form-based code mostly focuses on building form rather than allowed uses, frontage types are regulated. Townhomes can theoretically be built in this area today, since the frontage types most conducive to townhome-style development are allowed here. So that's our stoop, porch, and private yard frontage types. And then in the commercial mixed-use district, it's a 60-foot height maximum with no residential uses permitted. And then east of I-405, the regulations are a bit more involved, especially in the neighborhood mixed-use district. So in that neighborhood mixed-use district reflected in yellow on the screen, there's a range of height allowances, but the maximum tops out at 150 feet along Northeast 85th Street near 120th Avenue Northeast. The frontage types in this area east of I-405 in the neighborhood mixed-use zone are more tightly regulated, and the frontage types that typically support townhomes or lower density residential development are not permitted along streets that are designated for more activity, more foot traffic, and more interaction with the public realm. The commercial mixed use, reflected in red on the screen, allows more intensity east of the highway up to 250 feet, with residential uses prohibited. And then finally, to the south, the civic mixed use district allows building heights up to 75 feet in the northern half, and it does allow frontages more in line with lower density residential types. And then finally, along the eastern boundary of the station area is the RH8 zone. As detailed in the staff memo, the RH8 zone is a zone that is kind of unfriendly to townhome style development, meaning it does have ground floor requirements for commercial uses, and stacked unit development is the allowed permitted use or permitted housing type for properties adjacent to Northeast 85th Street. For the two parcels reflected in that red circle not fronting 85th Street, lower intensity housing types are permitted. So that's what's currently allowed today, just east of the station area. I'll pause there for any questions on the information presented thus far, or we can move into the potential amendments.
Councilmember Arnold.
Thank you, Leandra. We heard public comment earlier tonight talking about some of the smaller lots within the station area. If we were to continue with the Planning Commission's recommendations that would prohibit townhomes on those small lots, what other housing types would be allowed on those smaller lots?
Sure, good question. So the prohibition of attached dwelling units or townhomes just prohibits units that are attached with a vertical wall with no units above. So in theory, someone could propose a stacked flat or a lower level apartment style building where there's units stacked on top of one another, or they could provide kind of mid-level stacked flats, things of that nature, but the orientation would be vertical as opposed to horizontal as they are in townhome developments.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, let's go through those amendments.
Yes. Okay.
Hold, Deputy Mayor?
Well, I didn't have any questions for staff, but I did have a set of remarks.
We'll get to those.
Okay.
Well, actually, Leandra, how are you planning on doing this?
Yeah, I think that I actually was going to ask. So as I mentioned, we sent you some potential amendments. They've been drafted by staff in response to council member interest. There's also a tabled motion that will need to be addressed before proceeding with other possible council actions that was deferred from the last meeting. Mayor Curtis, I think I would look to you for guidance on if you would prefer that we move through the council member amendments one by one as they are moved, or if I can review them all at once.
Thank you, and thank you, Deputy Mayor. I do think it would be better if we go through the amendments one at a time instead of responding to them one at a time. So, council, we're required to address the amendment one that we postponed at our last meeting. But I know that many of you have comments that you would like to share before we start voting on the individual amendments. So I'm going to give you an opportunity to do general comments first, and then we'll begin with Amendment 1, and we will go through the amendments as they have been numbered. So who would like to make Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm happy to get us started. Yeah, so when we took this subject up 2 weeks ago, I didn't share my thoughts. We moved quickly to a set of, or an amendment, and then we ended up postponing the conversation. So I never really had a chance to share with my colleagues sort of what my thinking is about the Planning Commission's proposal recommendation and the planning staff's recommendation, so I just want to share that now. When we honor the Kirkland City leaders who have come before us, what do we often honor? Most often it's their advanced planning, it's their patience, and it's their long-range vision. This council has been a part of that long tradition, and I'm pretty proud of that. But it's being challenged right now by a difficult question. And I understand why townhomes are a difficult question. Townhomes provide ownership, home ownership, and they can be a good fit in many parts of Kirkland. They are also what a lot of builders are telling us right now is their simplest and most viable product. So I'm not opposed to townhomes, but the question before us is not whether townhomes are good or bad. The question is whether new townhomes are right for the station area. One of the very few places where we planned long range for abundant neighborhood serving retail, shops, and services near some of our highest concentration of new homes and the kind of redevelopment that can make a public investment, the major public transit investment like the BRT station at 405 succeed. And so on this specific question that we're confronted with today, I think the answer is no. The reason this is true is because stationary serves a special purpose. When we adopted the stationary plan and leaned into it as one of the core components of our recent comp plan updates, we made a deliberate policy choice backed by many fellow residents who were otherwise skeptical about growth in other areas of Kirkland. We planned for this area to carry a meaningful share of Kirkland's future housing and employment growth because it's located next to an interstate corridor and a major regional transit investment. That's the whole reason the station area and the plan exist. And the plan was not just about housing units in the abstract. It was about creating a walkable, pedestrian-friendly neighborhood center with enough new residents to support additional transit investments and abundant neighborhood-serving retail shops and services. The kind of place does not happen by accident. It takes vision, it takes a plan, and it takes patience, like the kind exhibited by prior councils in Totem Lake. And it depends on achieving enough residential intensity, enough mixed-use development, enough street-level activity to support the transit and neighborhood-serving shops and services we all want. If we now allow lower-intensity housing types to spread throughout the area because of current economic conditions that are out of the city's control, we risk undermining the whole plan. And I don't support proposals that slowly chip away at the plan. This is especially important because the land in Kirkland where this intensity development will work in the near term is limited. Most of the city already allows lower density residential development, and under our middle housing code, townhomes are allowed in many places. That means the station area serves a unique purpose. It needs to provide the type of housing that cannot easily be supported elsewhere in Kirkland. I'm particularly concerned about affordable and workforce housing. We all know that of the 13,200 units of housing we're required to plan for, 80% of them, or 11,500 of them, must be affordable to 50% AMI and below. In a favorably situated city like Kirkland, those affordable homes are not going to be delivered in the form of townhomes. That doesn't make townhomes bad, but it does mean they're not right for this location. Not if we're serious about affordability goals. I also think we need to be honest about capacity. Once a parcel in the station area redevelops with townhomes, that parcel's higher density housing capacity is effectively taken off the table for a very long time, probably a generation or two. Staff gave us a clear example of this in the memo. The Crescent Lighting site that had been counted on for up to 600 apartment units now will most likely produce only about 89 townhomes. That's not a small difference. That's a loss of over 500 units of planned housing on one parcel alone. If that pattern repeats, we'll not simply lose theoretical capacity on a spreadsheet delivered to the Growth Management Policy Board or the Department of Commerce. We'll lose real opportunity for people to live near transit. Affordable workforce housing and the resident base needed to support neighborhood-serving shops and services. And eventually, if we can't meet our capacity obligations here in the station area, a future council may have to look elsewhere in Kirkland for the capacity we were counting on in the station area. And that's unfair to our community. So I ask, if not here, then where? Some of us may be on this council in the future when we're faced with that exact question, and fellow residents will be right to ask why the city was not more patient and allowed the promise of the station area to be fully realized. That future council will be asked, why are you now looking elsewhere in our neighborhoods to create the density when you squandered the opportunity in the station area? I also want to respond to the concern that prohibiting townhome creates unpredictability. I see that issue differently. After a 3-year public engagement and planning process, the council adopted a 2022 plan that envisioned a walkable, pedestrian-friendly neighborhood center with abundant retail, shop services, and housing choices and transit-oriented development. Later, we made that plan a core component of our comp plan. And when we saw that the market was gravitating toward townhomes due to economic forces that are outside our control, instead of the redevelopment pattern we planned, we moved quickly to align the zoning code with the plan. To me, that's not unpredictability. That's called follow-through. What creates unpredictability is repeatedly responding to market forces we can't control or reliably predict. The clearest signal we can send is that the station area should develop in a manner consistent with the plan, consistent with the vision. I also agree that incentives matter, but I don't think this is a choice between so-called carrots and sticks. The plan itself was one large carrot of incentives. It created substantial redevelopment capacity, allowed greater height, and opened the door to more valuable and more intensive uses. And within that plan, we have additional incentives, including added height allowances in return for such things as neighborhood serving shops and services. So we're not ignoring incentives. We created the incentives. And I agree with the observation that builders build what pencils out. And that's true even in the face of incentives, as we've seen here in the station area. But that's not where the analysis ends. There could be more than one project on a parcel that quote-unquote pencils out. What we have learned since adopting the plan is that townhomes pencil out better in the current economic environment. But that does not mean other projects will never pencil out, especially in the long run and especially with all the incentives we've already incorporated into the plan. So finally, I think we should keep in mind who we're planning for. We're planning not only for today's economic conditions, but for the next generation. We're planning for our teachers, nurses, and small business owners and their workers who want to live in the city where they work. We're planning for older residents who want to downsize but also stay in the Kirkland they love. This is another reason townhomes are not the right fit in this specific location. Townhomes are stairs without elevators, and they're bedrooms and kitchens on different floors. That's housing, certainly, and it's meaningful and it matters, but it excludes too many of those who we are planning for, especially those we are planning for in and near our walkable neighborhood centers. So I'm going to end where I started in a set of remarks. Townhomes are an important part of Kirkland's overall housing mix, but they're not the right housing type for the station area. This area is one of the few places where Kirkland can realistically deliver more housing with abundant neighborhood serving retail, homes accessible to seniors and others with limited mobility, generate meaningful investments in concurrent transportation infrastructure, and generate meaningful investments in parks and open space. If we allow this opportunity to be lost, we're not going to get it back. So for these reasons, I continue to support the prohibition on new townhomes in the station area in the form originally recommended at our last meeting by the planning staff and by the Planning Commission. I hope my colleagues will join me, thereby demonstrating the planning, the patience, and the long-range vision that we so often celebrate in the leaders who have come before us.
Thank you. Councilmember Prim?
Thank you. I am personally very glad that I got the time to think through the initial proposed ordinances and the proposed amendments. And thank you to Councilmember Tinchism for delaying it a couple weeks, because I do think this is a very complex issue to think through. The bottom line is that I do support high-density housing in the 85th Street station area, because if not, just like Councilmember Black, Deputy Mayor Black said, if not in the 85th Street station area, then where? We really do need more housing for our seniors, nurses, and teachers, and others that work in the area. And townhomes and single-family homes do not offer the relatively affordable options we need in Kirkland. But very importantly, I also want to address some of the thoughts described during our last meeting against having any minimum density requirements in the station area, just so that the public understands my thinking process and knows that I thought through all arguments for not having minimum density requirements. There are 3 specific arguments made that I specifically want to address. Number 1 was that if we add minimum density requirements, we are creating a barrier to development altogether. I don't agree with this. Minimum density is not a barrier. It's a safeguard against underbuilding. The argument made during our last meeting assumes developers will naturally build to the highest and best use, but that is not always true in practice.
Without minimum density, a developer may choose lower risk, lower density projects like townhomes that are financially viable in the short term, but underutilize scarce transient adjacent land. And I want to remind the public, the BRT station is an investment worth $250 million to $300 million. It's a massive investment in our neighborhood that is being added to our community, which surrounding properties are extremely valuable in terms of creating a transit-oriented neighborhood. If we have townhomes all around the BRT station, this would be a significant loss in terms of the utility of this infrastructure. Once townhomes are developed, we essentially lose the ability to develop high-density housing for good. It's gone. And I do think we need to try to prevent this from happening. So these minimum density requirements, again, act as a floor to prevent permanent underdevelopment in the BRT area. And I think being proactive instead of reactive is incredibly important here. So that's argument number one. Argument number two, I heard, was that we should have incentives for builders to develop the kind of homes we want instead of requiring minimum density requirements. We have implemented incentives, such as the Pioneer provision and more height if certain requirements are met, but we have had minimum bites at the apple as of yet. Instead, the only project currently further along in the slate in the 85th Street station area are townhomes. So, as we can clearly see, incentives alone often are not enough, and a lot of what gets built really does come down to interest rates and costs of building. But sometimes it's also just what the builder prefers to build. Most know that townhomes are a much quicker and safer investment than apartment buildings. With townhomes, you can buy the land, build the townhomes, sell them, and get out. With apartment buildings, you can buy the land, you have to buy the land, get a construction loan, build the building, make sure enough apartments get rented so that you can get permanent financing, and if you don't, you have to pay the bank the full cost of the complex. So these are risks, and many times it is just the preference as to what a developer wants to build. We have an example of this in front of us with the Main Street builders. They are planning on building townhomes on the east side of the BRT, but also are considering building apartments on the west side of the BRT. The market is not totally stopping them from building apartments in the BRT station. Again, it's preference. If regulations are set only on today's conditions or purely based off of preferences, we risk the entire vision of the station area. Bottom line, a minimum density requirement ensures a baseline level of intensity regardless of market cycles or preferences, whereas incentives depend on developers opting in and may simply be ignored if less dense projects are easier or less risky. Finally, the third argument, that somehow including minimum density requirements creates uncertainties for investors and property owners. There is a fundamental flaw in this argument. A clearly defined minimum density standard can actually increase predictability by removing ambiguity about expectations. When I read, detached and detached dwelling units are not allowed to be built here, it is pretty clear to me what that means. I look forward to hearing the proposed amendments to see what we can work out to set up the 85th Street station area for success. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Councilmember Arnold next.
Thank you, Mayor. I really appreciate the chance to hear where everybody is on this in general, given that for the public, under the Open Public Meetings Act, we aren't able to have a discussion among the full council on this, so this is very helpful. Some background. As a city, we've spent a multi-year effort planning for the 85th Station area. Why have we done this? Well, given the transit investment that is happening under construction right now that everybody is seeing every day as they go through the 85th interchange, we have the opportunity to leverage bus rapid transit with more intensive development in the station area. And we spent a lot of time planning for this. This is an area for more multifamily housing, especially for renters with incomes near the median. Townhomes are simply not affordable at median income. Therefore, every time we have a townhome in the station area, it's a huge missed opportunity, and we need to be judicious where they're allowed. As was mentioned before, Main Street had an option for a property that they own. They could build townhomes under a previously partially vested project, or they could choose to develop under our new zoning where we made significant incentives for increased building height. Incentives alone weren't working because Main Street is pursuing townhomes, so we needed to look at other approaches. And that's why council decided to take action this year to say, how do we prevent these missed opportunities with that townhome development from happening elsewhere? Our actions today will impact neighborhood planning by not meeting the full stationary development potential. It puts more pressure on our neighborhood centers to meet our required growth targets. The difference between the townhomes that Main Street will be building versus potential development on that site is 511 units that will need to be placed elsewhere in our city. So as we look at these amendments, I'm going to be protective of our vision of the station area, realizing that we need the more intense housing potential to develop, especially closer to the 85th Street station, where it allows for more trips, allows for transit-oriented development with more services nearby and more trips that could be taken by transit. And I'm also going to be looking at wanting to be very protective of 85th and perhaps more open to areas away from 85th and transition zones. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I agree with pretty much everything that I've heard from my council colleagues tonight. I agree that I would like to see minimum density requirements here, right? And the reason that I agreed to pause it at our last meeting is because what I was hearing from the Planning Commission chair was that the Planning Commission didn't really have an opportunity to provide thoughtful recommendations to the City Council on how to best achieve that. And it seemed to me like having a very narrow, just townhouse prohibition was more reactionary than long-term planning and being really thoughtful about it. And I realized that we don't want to drag this on forever either, right? And so I agree. I would love to see a minimum density requirement here as opposed to just a specific use prohibition. I think that is a better approach, and I think that's a more thoughtful approach. I don't think that's where we're going to land tonight because I think that takes a little bit more time to really get at, as we talk through, there's reasons why it's more challenging to do a minimum density approach rather than a townhouse prohibition here, right? Which is why we talk through perhaps the minimum height density requirement in order to kind of get at that. Because I think a more thoughtful approach like that actually probably would get us at the minimum, the density that we're looking for in the most dense areas, in addition to disallowing townhomes in many of the areas. So I actually think it would take us even a step further towards seeing the long-term vision that we all share for the 85th station area. So I feel like we're moving towards that with some of the proposed amendments tonight, where it's a little bit more thoughtful, a little bit more nuanced in understanding the different areas within the station area. I agree, this is where we need to have our most, just repeating some of my fellow council members said, that this is where we need to have the highest density, because that is what we agreed to in our comprehensive plan, right? And we know that we have an urgent need for affordable housing, and we know that our most affordable housing is going to be our densest housing. So we need to do something here. I agree. I feel like we're pretty much most of us, on the same page with what we hope to achieve here and what our long-term vision is. And the discussion tonight will really just be about some of the particulars. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for all the comments tonight, particularly for the public as well that attended earlier. The way that I see this is I feel like there's a little bit of confusion here that somehow we're trying to modify the vision of our station area plan, and I don't see that at all. I see that there's a pretty big agreement on what we want to see for this area. I'm also not, I don't feel like anyone's necessarily advocating for townhomes. I look at it more as advocating for removal of regulatory barriers, for looking at ways to catalyze development, near term and long term, looking for ways to realize that vision, that it's not a one-size-fits-all approach, that there's some nuance when you're looking at ways in which to catalyze a certain location. And, sometimes we get caught up in the theoretical versus the non-theoretical. And so that's something I often try to base myself in. And so the way I do that is I don't do it in a vacuum. I talk to the people that actually build housing. That's our development community. And what did we hear from our development community when we asked them about this? They expressed real frustration about mixed signals in the regulatory environment. Now, we can talk about townhomes and things all we want. It's really just about how we approach regulations in general. And so additional regulations can be seen as barriers. It's true, because that's what I've heard from developers and investors and property owners. So I think it would be problematic of me in my position to dismiss people like that build housing for us. And I'm looking for ways in which to help support that. So I'm going to be, I knew my amendment last meeting wasn't going to pass. But what I appreciated from kind of tabling it is this discussion and kind of more thought. So I think that is beneficial. Whether or not I'm on the majority side of things tonight, I think having this discussion is helpful. I'm going to be looking for a targeted approach tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Tim Chizen.
Thank you. I originally made this motion to table 2 weeks ago because too many of my colleagues were conflicted about this issue, and that's not very surprising that many of us would be conflicted about an ordinance which prohibits housing in order to create more housing. It's counterintuitive, and some of it may be problematic. The other reason I tabled this discussion was because we have to have a briefing schedule for written amendments with a topic that's this complex, and making verbal amendments on a topic that's this complex is not possible to do well. I hope this gave people time to look at this complex issue. I think we all have the same goal, which is to get more housing. And I have a goal not just to get more housing and catalyze the station area, but also to do it for a generation of young people that need more housing and not have it sit fallow for the next 40 years while we try to achieve perfection, which isn't coming. And the perfection is likely not coming because when I served on the Planning Commission between 2017 and 2023, the original vision of the station area included thousands of employees and thousands of office space and thousands of logical tenants to those apartment buildings. Those office buildings never materialized because of COVID and people working from home. And when we originally envisioned the station area, when I was on the Planning Commission starting in 2019, those Zoom had not been invented, or maybe nobody, I don't know. But the original vision was to have 5,000 office employees on 85th. That's not going to happen. And we have to now hopefully re-envision the station area to catalyze it anyway. Many of my colleagues have been conflicted about this, and they're not just my colleagues here on the City Council, they're also my colleagues that I served with on the Planning Commission. Today at 10:37 a.m., the entire City Council received an email from the chair of the Planning Commission supporting many of these amendments. And claims that the Planning Commission doesn't support these amendments, I believe is false. The Planning Commission and the Planning Commission chair have expressed their support for these amendments, specifically for Amendment 3, 4, and 5. Thank you.
Okay. Leandra, you're so nice for just standing there waiting for us, and I have to take my turn. So Thank you, everyone, for your comments. And I do want to thank Councilmember Tim Chizen for putting this on pause and giving us all time to just do some deep thinking about this. So I appreciate it. My comments are similar to what you've already heard, but please indulge me. I want to start where Deputy Mayor is our responsibility as civic leaders is to remain visionary. And we've always talked about the stationary being a bold vision. And I think it's important as civic leaders that we stay focused rather than reactive. It's who we are as a city. And it's really clear, an example I always use is in our budgeting process. We have a 2-year sales tax lag so that we are not victim of any market uncertainty. And I do recognize that these are uncertain times. Recently, I participated in the Arch Investment Celebration, and as we walk through these various projects in the cities throughout East King County, it's clear that projects take time. Things don't just spring out of the ground. It takes financing, it takes partnerships, it takes many people working together. And I feel strongly that this is not the time to change our direction or to scale back our vision for the stationary. And truthfully, I'm optimistic about our future. With this initial ordinance, we are protecting the vision for the stationary and providing over 8,000 units of workforce and affordable housing and maximizing the highest and best use of our land value. We've also added in this ordinance development flexibility with development agreements. We've taken action to move forward with early implementation of SB 5184 that removes parking minimums. And we will continue the work that we're doing with the Kirkland and our economic development team. The stationary is designed as a thriving, transit-oriented new walkable district with high-tech, family-way jobs, housing, affordable housing, sustainable buildings, park amenities, and commercial and retail services. That is a true vision of a future of our city. We also, as you heard from Councilmember Prim, have an obligation to meet the value of the 240 or 50 million BRT investment and continue to focus to build a walkable, vibrant neighborhood with diverse housing. I frequently, and I think Deputy Mayor referred to the Totem Lake growth area. It took 10 years for Totem Lake to come to fruition, and we are seeing the benefits of that area. The village itself is governed by a master plan that does not allow townhouse development. So we, again, can look to Totem Lake on what we did well. We just recently fought the state legislature to amend 6026 because we believed in creating a walkable, vibrant neighborhood. Townhomes would be a continuation of an underdeveloped suburban infrastructure and won't provide the services and lifestyle that we envision in this valuable area. And honestly, if we don't meet our housing needs, I'm concerned that PSRC will not be generous with transportation grants, and state and federal money won't be as accessible if we walk back on our affordable goals. Our obligation through the station area plan and the comp plan is to meet our GMA housing targets. We have been asked to meet over 13,000 targets. The Department of Commerce has directed this city to plan for a 33% increase in housing units by 2044. Excuse me. Our requirements require 11,500 additional homes earning 80% AMI or less. Our requirements only ask us to provide 1,500 units between 100 and 120% AMI. Townhomes are at 120% AMI. If we allow townhomes in this area, we will not meet our housing goals. And as you've heard from other comments, whatever happens in the station area is generational. It will not be rebuilt in the next 10, 20 years. The door to higher capacity will close. So it's clear where I'm heading for this, but I want to be clear. The BRT station will be completed in 27. The Kirkland will be opening in 27. I believe that good things are coming to the station area, and I want to continue to fulfill our vision. So thank you, everyone. All right. Leandra, we can start with amendment number 1.
Okay. So before I let the council members who sponsored their amendments relay their thoughts, I just wanted for each slide to just go over staff's interpretation and intentions behind the concepts. This doesn't involve a code amendment. This is a continuation from the last meeting, but there was an amendment to, or there was a motion to amend the ordinance to remove all recommended prohibited housing types, and that would effectively allow single-family homes and townhomes in all areas of the station area that allow them today.
Thank you. Councilor Pascal, do you want to speak to this amendment?
This amendment, my understanding is this amendment was tabled. Do we have to
We have to,
untable it?
we have to untable it and vote on this amendment.
It was just postponed until this meeting, so you do have to take action on this item first.
I was just
before other
wondering if we
action.
can keep it tabled and vote on other amendments.
No, this action has to be taken up as the postponed action. And and just a reminder that the actual motion was to strike sections 2 through 4 of the ordinance.
Okay. I think I've said what I needed to say. I'm focused on Amendment 3, so.
Thank you. Any other discussion on this amendment?
Was there a second?
There was previously, I can't say who it was off the top of my head.
Yeah, there was a
Yes.
second. You were in discussion on this motion.
Oh, we were in discussion on this motion. Okay,
The last meeting. Okay.
okay.
Any further discussion on Amendment 1? All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed?
No.
No. Motion fails 0-7. All right.
All right, so some council members asked staff to explore the concept of a minimum height, as we heard earlier tonight. There's no formal sponsor for this amendment, but we've drafted it to require all structures in the station area to achieve at least 80% of the maximum allowed height for the subject zone or the subject district. This is an alternative way of regulating a minimum density. We've provided a table on the screen that converts the height maximums into minimums to show the allowable window for height. So for example, in the neighborhood mixed-use zone where the base allowed height is 40 feet, but with bonuses, they could build up to 85 feet. The required minimum height for any building would be 68 feet. So essentially, they could build a structure between 68 and 85 feet by right.
Thank you. Is anyone interested in moving forward this amendment?
All right, moving on to Amendment Concept 3. So this has multiple sponsors, and this amendment seeks to tailor the prohibition of townhomes, granting allowances to parcels where the maximum allowed height for buildings is 65 feet or less. This, though these parcels do not abut 85th Street, as I'll show in a map on the next screen, they do make up a considerable amount of all land in the station area. So at Mayor Curtis's request, our GIS staff was able to calculate that with this amendment, 44% of all land area in the station area would be affected. It should be noted, in similar vein to what we've heard tonight, that if all or most of these properties produce a purely townhome development, the overall capacity of the station area would be significantly diminished. Here's a map to describe where exactly we're talking about potentially implementing Amendment Number 3. So as you see, no parcels on the east side or the west side technically abut 85th. They're more back towards the low-density residential areas. And pass it to sponsors.
Does anybody have questions for Leandra on this amendment before I ask one of the sponsors to speak to it? All right, who would like to make a motion on this amendment?
I'll make a motion to advance Amendment Number 3.
It was moved by Councilmember Tim Chizen, second by Councilmember Falcone to move forward concept amendment number 3. Councilmember Tim Chizen, do you want to speak to this amendment?
I think it's been explained. It's supported by our Planning Commission chair. It's supported by me. And I think this will provide hopefully some catalyzation of the station area.
Anyone else? Councilmember Arnold?
Leandra, could you move to the map slide? I'm going to be voting against this amendment. As you look at the green areas, these, especially east of the 405, these are areas within blocks, within the watershed of the station area where we can do better than townhomes. Yes, we have to catalyze the station area, but townhomes are a huge missed opportunity. West of the station area, these are areas today where we have multifamily, and it ends up being a net loss if these redevelop into townhomes in the neighborhood mixed use west of 405. So I will not be supporting this amendment.
Thank you. Anyone else? I will not be supporting this amendment, and as you saw, thank you to staff and GIS for pulling the number of parcels it would impact. This basically cuts our development capacity in half in the station area, and that's too big of loss for us to meet the vision and the goals as already outlined in all of our comments. So I will be voting against this amendment. City Clerk, I think we're going to need a voice vote on this amendment.
And Mayor, just to be clear, the language you saw up on screen earlier was the sort of summary of the amendment. Staff's put up on the screen the actual amendment language that was included in the materials you were provided. That would be the change to the ordinance. That's on screen now.
Okay, so how does that change anything on the process?
Doesn't change anything on the process. I just wanted to note that the actual ordinance language would be adopted if this amendment passed is up on screen now.
Thank you. I see Councilmember Pascal.
Yeah, just a question for staff based upon a statement by the mayor. Is it true that it cuts the capacity in half? My understanding of this, it doesn't change the capacity, right? We still allow for the capacity that we've already zoned for.
Thank you, Councilmember Pascal. Before I pass it to the Deputy Director and Director of Planning, I just wanted to mention and clarify that that is a confusing kind of term, capacity, because it exists regardless of the development style that's produced. So while it's technically existing, the way we calculate capacity for purposes of state and regional compliance, recently developed parcels are very unlikely to redevelop, so those are effectively removed from the consideration. So while the capacity exists in real life for reporting purposes, we typically wouldn't count newly developed parcels. And I'll invite Adam and Allison to add anything they wish.
But it doesn't change the capacity today.
Yeah,
There's no newly developed parcels.
Yeah, that is correct. That is correct. I think what will happen in practice is that, in a couple of years, we'll have our check-in on our capacity, right? And if some of these parcels get developed with townhouses, that capacity will have gone away at that point. I mean, I think the regional agencies also want to make sure the zoning is working in the way that it was intended. So they'll want to see alignment between what gets developed and what the theoretical capacity was. So that's where
the capacity could change in the future based upon how development plays out, which I think you could say that for anywhere in the city.
That's correct, yeah.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. Well, just to continue on this question, I do understand how the capacity changes when they convert to townhomes. I don't think any of us have a monopoly on having communicated with our partners in housing production. We've all had those conversations. I think we should take our housing production partners at face value when they tell us that they will build, they will ignore the incentives and they will build the easiest and most viable product. So there's no if we're not dismissing our housing production providers, we're listening to what they're telling us, and we're acknowledging that what we're likely to see is townhomes in the areas where we're allowing townhomes. This is why we need this small adjustment and the capacity. And as soon as the townhomes are built, we will lose the capacity. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. It has been moved by Councilmember Tim Chizen, second by Councilmember Falcone to move Amendment 3. City Clerk, I was going to ask you for a voice vote.
On that amendment, Councilmember Tim Chizen?
Yes.
Councilmember Arnold?
No.
Councilmember Prem? No. Councilmember Falcone?
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Black?
No.
Mayor Curtis?
No. Amendment fails 4-3. Thank you.
Okay, if you'll bear with me, I'll hop back to our next concept, which is similar to the previous amendment concept. This amendment tailors that same townhome allowance further, applying it again to areas that allow for heights 60 feet or less, but only in areas east of 124th Avenue Northeast. So under this amendment, about 6 acres or 3.7% of the station area land would be affected. I have a map.
Thank you. Anybody want to move forward Amendment 4? Councilmember Arnold.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move approval of Amendment 4.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Arnold, second by Councilmember Falcone to move Amendment 4. Councilmember Arnold.
Thank you. This amendment is much more targeted. It's areas away from 85th that transition into single-family neighborhoods. So I think this is less impactful to capacity and hopefully addresses concerns of colleagues that are concerned about an outright ban of a particular housing type. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilmember Prim?
Yeah, I do support option 4. I think first over option 3, which was the last option that we spoke about. First, the properties west of 85th Street are currently designated for commercial use, so allowing townhome developments in those areas, this is speaking about the last amendment, would risk eliminating commercial space altogether. So I'm really happy with this particular amendment that keeps kind of the west side out of the picture. Second, some of the areas east of the BRT identified in the last option were very close to the station area, limiting those sites to townhomes could underutilize the land in prime transient-oriented locations. And again, it would be a missed opportunity. So I do think that the properties that are more east of the ones that are identified on this map, I think they're further away from the BRT station, and they do seem to be in more residential areas to address some of the comments that were made today about, maybe potentially larger buildings abutting single-family homes. I do think that this is a good middle ground and is a pragmatic approach to take. So I'll be supporting this amendment.
Thank you. I'm going to go Deputy Mayor and then Councilmember Tim Chisholm. You're the Deputy Mayor.
Oh, right. I forgot. I was looking at Jay. I was like, okay, Jay, go ahead. Councilmember Arnold, sorry. Right. So you have to call me by my last name or I have no idea who you're talking about. So I do appreciate this amendment more than I appreciated amendment number 3, just from a overall pragmatism and policy point of view. So I appreciate it being brought forward. I appreciated the opportunity to give it some consideration, and I've thought really carefully about this. Ultimately, I am not interested, and I made this comment in my earlier remarks, I'm just not interested in chipping away at the vision for this. If you put if you don't mind putting the map back up, these properties, I think there's roughly 9 lots that would be affected by this. One lot that's not on here is if we approve the recommendation from the previous meeting, there will also be the Crescent Lighting Site, which is the last large property right in the far east. So this is just, I want to be patient. I want to demonstrate that long-range vision. These properties are within an easy walkshed of what will hopefully be a well-served transit corridor when our transit partners see the investment we're making in this area. I wanted to ask a quick question too, because one of the comments I think we've heard is that these abut single-family neighborhoods, and I totally agree they do, but I also remember that we took a great deal of care in developing the design regulations for this district, that there would be things like, my planning professionals will have to remind me what the term of art is, but light planes and step backs from the single-family neighborhood. Is that true? Or am I misremembering?
I can take that one. Thank you for the question, Deputy Mayor. Yes, so we do have transition standards in the currently adopted code that are effective when you have more than a 30-foot height difference in the maximum allowed heights. That does apply at the north and southern boundaries of the highlighted parcels here. It requires a sky exposure plane, so you were very close, same concept. That requires essentially the building to be angled away from the properties of lower height. It also requires an increased landscape buffer, so those buildings would be required to be set back further from the adjacent properties with lower height.
Okay, thank you. That does help. And I'll just wrap up and say, given the hard work that went into the planning around that when we did it, together with the fact that these properties are within a fairly reasonable walk shed of what I hope to be a lot of neighborhood serving shops and services, along with additional transit investments, I appreciate the pragmatism, but I'm not going to be supporting this amendment either.
Thank you. Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
Let's vote. Let's vote.
Okay, well, I also, you don't wish to make comments?
No, we all made extensive comments.
All right, thank you. I will be voting against this amendment for the same reason that Deputy Mayor announced earlier. Whatever housing does not go in the station area will end up somewhere else. And as he said, well, we have already gone through this process. So the question is on the motion of Amendment 4, moved by Councilmember Arnold, second by Councilmember Falcone. City Clerk, I'm going to ask for a voice vote, please.
On that amendment, Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
Yes.
Councilmember Arnold?
Yes.
Councilmember Prem?
Yes.
Councilmember Falcone?
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Black?
No.
Mayor Curtis?
No. Motion carries 5-2.
Great.
Last one.
All right. This next amendment has a couple sponsors as well. It seeks to impose a sort of expiration date on the prohibition of housing types in the station area with a mandatory reevaluation in 2030. In the future, a council would be tasked with evaluating the effectiveness of that townhome prohibition area-wide and decide whether or not to extend the provision or let it expire.
Who would like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion.
It has been moved by Councilmember Tim Chisholm, second by Councilmember Pascal to move forward amendment number 5. Do either of you want to speak to this amendment? Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
This sunset provision coincides with the sunset provision on the inclusionary pioneer provisions within the station area. So the intention is to evaluate those together when they both sunset. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilmember Arnold?
Sorry, the deputy mayor was ahead of me.
Deputy Mayor?
It was a tie, but thank you. So I'm not going to be supporting this amendment, and I think I owe it to my colleagues and the public to make sure I'm clear about why, because it appeals in so many ways to sort of a sense of, hey, let's revisit this and find out if it's working or not. This is exactly the kind of instinct that we have to say, hey, if we're not happy, we're going to revisit this again. That has a chilling effect on the development. In order to make sound business decisions, you need to know from what framework you're operating from. You need a stable foundation. That means you need to be able to go to your lenders with a stable understanding of what development rights you have. By doing something like this, appreciate again sort of the pragmatism behind it, but by doing something like this, we risk having a further chilling effect on development in the station area. And the difference between the sunsetting of the pioneer provision for affordability or inclusionary zoning and this is that what we put in place with the pioneer provision for inclusionary zoning for affordability incentivizes development in the near term in the station area, and then it expires at a reasonable period of time. What this does is the opposite. It says, wait, this does the opposite of incentivizing development in the station area. It says wait, and maybe in 3.5 years, the development rights might be different. I think we need to resist the instinct that comes from this amendment, and we need to lean into the vision we have. We need to lean into the fact that we adopted the station area as a core component of the comp plan, and to have something like this sitting out there, I have serious concerns about the effect it'll have on development in the near term in the station area.
Thank you. Councilmember Arnold?
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with the Deputy Mayor. In addition, I would add that this amendment touches the urban flex zone and the civic mixed-use zone that we have not changed at this point. And so it, to a great extent, opens up the station area plan, and I'm not interested in that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilmember Tim Chizen?
City Manager, does the staff support this amendment or not? Has staff taken a position on this amendment?
I think we've taken a formal position, and I think if there's a sunset, the further out the sunset, the more we support it. So this is aligned with the Pioneer provision, so you'll be taking a look at that. I think there's an alternative amendment that might be considered that we'd look at where it's a check-in versus a sunset.
A check-in versus a sunset?
Yeah. Versus the automatic sunset.
Is that amendment been drafted?
It's number 6 that's
Oh.
coming.
Surprise.
Well, hold on. Where the hell is going on now?
It was recently composed earlier today. I don't think it's been formally circulated.
All right.
Okay.
Can we have it on the?
Well, let me manage the meeting. Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to speak to that just because it is an amendment that has my name attached to it. The reason for it is that the Amendment 5 came out of a discussion that some of us had around this issue, and I thought that the wording that we had discussed, some of it missed the intent a little bit, and there was some valid staff concerns that I think are similar to what the Deputy Mayor has expressed around disincentivizing development with a sunset particular date of a sunset. And so we had discussed instead having a check-in at the same time that we check in on the Pioneer provision. So that is why I was proposing Amendment 6, because I think it was not meant to be a last-minute surprise. It was actually the thing that I thought we had discussed and was going to be put forth to the council in advance of the meeting, and was something that addressed, I think, a very valid concern. So the intent was for that to go out with the former amendment. So.
Okay, so let's finish Amendment 5, and then we'll look at Amendment 6. Anybody else have comments on Amendment 5? Councilmember Tim Chizen.
I do. All the amendments have to be circulated in order for us to vote on any amendments. I can't vote on this amendment because I didn't see amendment number 6. When was it
Wait, you can vote on
circulated?
5 because you've seen 5. We're still on 5.
I haven't seen amendment number 6. It wasn't distributed to me.
We're discussing number 5 now.
I know what we're discussing.
Okay.
The amendments have to be distributed. That's was it sent to us? That's my question.
I don't know if it was sent.
So again, I will clarify that I saw the amendment the same time tonight. I saw it tonight, and so I did not intend in putting forth Amendment 6 since I didn't see it in advance. But if you're interested in discussing that, I'm happy to amend Amendment 5 or have a discussion on that. But the intent
We can
was
amend
not-
Amendment 5.
The intent was not for it to be a last-minute amendment surprise.
Okay, well, we can amend Amendment 5 then.
Okay. We are now looking at the unamended number 5, which was moved by Councilmember Tim Chizen, second by Councilmember Pascal. Councilmember Falcone, do you have an amendment to Amendment 5?
I do not. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay.
I won't be supporting this amendment because I don't have a full list of the amendments and I don't know when they were distributed.
Okay. So I will not be voting in favor of number 5 for the reasons that were also outlined. But I will also say any future council at any time can bring forth an examination of any station area plan, any comp plan that we do. So I don't think that this direction to a future council that some of us will and will not be on is appropriate at this time. So question is on the motion for Amendment 5, again moved by Tim Chisholm, second by Pascal. City Clerk, will you please do a voice vote?
On that amendment, Councilmember Tim Chisholm,
No.
Councilmember Arnold,
No.
Councilmember Prem,
No.
Councilmember Falcone,
No.
Councilmember Pascal,
No.
Deputy Mayor Black,
No.
Mayor Curtis.
No. Amendment fails 0-7. All right, now we have an Amendment 6.
Yeah, so I'll hop back just to kind of give you the overview of it, and then we'll go to the language. But this mandates the reevaluation of the prohibition of the housing types in the station area without a direct mandate to sunset the provisions automatically. No new code revisions are suggested. It's more of an addition to the ordinance by adding a new section. And I will show that text on screen.
Councilor Falcone, do you want to speak to your amendment?
I do not plan to put forth this amendment.
All right, the amendment does not move forward. All right, any other amendments?
That's all I had queued up. Now we'll go to deliberation.
Okay, the question is on the amended ordinance 04936. I do not remember who made the motion last time. I should have planned ahead. City Clerk, save me.
The main motion was made by Councilmember Arnold and seconded by Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
All right. Question is on the amended version of ordinance 4936, moved by Councilmember Arnold, second by Councilmember Tim Chisholm. Is there any further discussion? City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Can I just ask a
I'm
clarifying question? So what we're voting on right now is the original ordinance? Okay, thank you. Yes.
As amended.
As amended.
Oh, as amended. Okay.
Which was number 4.
4, okay.
City Clerk.
Now, on the motion to adopt ordinance 04936 as amended, Councilmember Tim Chisholm,
Yes.
Councilmember Arnold,
Yes.
Councilmember Prem,
Yes.
Councilmember Falcone,
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Black,
Yes.
Mayor Curtis.
Yes, ordinance carries 7-0. Thank you, everyone. We are going to take a break, and I'm going to give you a 15-minute one. We're going to be back at 10:05. All right, we are back after a short break, and we are now moving to item 9B, Neighborhood Safety Program Recommended Projects. But the good news, council, is we are going to move item 9D, discussion of Kirkland Municipal Code Parks Rules updates, to another meeting. And when we get to council reports, I'm going to ask you to email council reports. So we'll try to save us some time. So, City Manager, let's do item 9B.
All right. So thank you, Madam Mayor. So what we want to go through is the Neighborhood Safety Program recommendations from the group and get council direction on what the final list you'd like to see move forward. So here to give you that is our Senior Community Engagement Coordinator, Daniel Lazo. Welcome, Daniel.
Thank you, City Manager, and thank you for having me today, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and City Council. Again, my name is Daniel Lazo. I'm the Senior Community Engagement Coordinator overseeing the Neighborhood Safety Program, NSP for short. And I'm also joined by Jennifer Palmer, Transportation Engineering Supervisor, for any of the technical questions that you may have today. So what I have today is 8 slides, and I've laid out 3 options as highlighted in the memo. Number 1 is to fund the 7 top priority projects at a total cost of $290K within the allocated budget of $350K. Option number 2, which is the neighborhood preferred recommendation, is to fund a total of 9 projects at $395K. Option 3 is to fund a different mix of projects and cost to maximize the investment, but remain within the $350K budget. And there's examples that are highlighted in the memo. So a bit of background on this program. Since 2014, over 88 projects have been completed throughout the city. Each year, typically 4 to 7 projects move forward, and the purpose of NSP is to essentially bring neighbors and city staff together to improve pedestrian and bicycle safety in Kirkland. Each year, there is a base total of $350K available for transportation-related capital projects citywide. A project itself must be under $75K typically. Projects fall into the following categories, which are bike lanes, walkways, and trails, crosswalk improvements and additions, intersection improvements, traffic calming measures, and street lights. And then these projects are also restricted to city property, including streets, parks, community facilities, and the Cross-Kirkland corridor. Now for the process. The program is a 7th-month commitment for community members, and projects are to be completed within 2 to 3 years thereafter with the capital projects team. It's broken up into 3 sections I have here on the screen. First is verification, so that's where staff look through our Kirkland for viable projects, share with the neighborhood associations, and review the project ideas through site visits, research, and collaboration. Application is when neighborhood associations submit 1 to 2 projects per neighborhood. And then where we're at now is the decision phase, where each neighborhood submits an application that moves forward to panels for further evaluation. So both panels, there's going to be a technical panel and a neighborhood panel. They run a 0 to 100-point system. The technical panel focuses on the safety problem and the viability of the solution to the project, and then the neighborhood panel meets to present their projects to each other and evaluate the community benefit of the project. So the neighborhood panel met twice to first present the projects to each other, and then both the technical and the neighborhood scores are tallied and discuss which project moves forward to council. And so these are the top 7 priority projects within the allocated budget. Note that I do go into detail for each one of them in the memo. On the next slide, option 2, recommended by the neighborhood panel, is to approve 9 projects at an estimated cost of $395K. This would be an additional $45K, which staff can look towards. Again, here is the full ask, including option 3, where council can decide to fund a mix projects to maximize the investment, but remain within the allocated budget. So these are my 8 slides. Happy to talk through any particular projects.
Thank you, Daniel, and congratulations on the shout out you got during items from the audience.
Thank you.
And thank you to the community members who have participated in this. I know Councilmember Falcone has. It looks like fun. Maybe when I retire, I will do one of these. So, any questions for Daniel? Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Mine is a question. So Daniel, do you mind going quickly back to the schedule slide? Okay. One of the things I noted is it's a project from the Norkirk neighborhood that scored well and went through this process, and so it obviously received positive evaluation from a technical and a neighborhood panel. Is there a step in this process where a neighborhood like Norkirk, when do the neighborhoods find out the estimated cost of one of their projects?
Yeah, so they typically find out during the project conference. They're in the verification phase of how much their project's going to cost. And then we go through kind of analyzing it further along the decision phase. And so they're updated at the neighborhood panel of how much that's going to cost. They actually present to each other their cost of their projects. So even with a project that's out of the project limit, those have in precedent moved forward just because of the changing costs.
Okay. Yeah, I guess do they have an opportunity to say, listen, we want to go forward and have this project evaluated alongside the other projects, even though it exceeds the per project? And in this case, Norkirk had that opportunity.
Yeah, that was presented at the March 12th neighborhood panel team meeting.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilmember Pascal.
Can
Yeah.
I make a motion?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm asking if anyone has any questions. Well, or
There's questions, and I was going to make a motion. We have a discussion, or did you want to have a discussion? Okay.
go ahead and make the motion.
I was.
We're a little punchy now.
Well, yeah, for the sake of kind of moving things along, I was going to make a motion to go with option 2.
Second.
And moved by Councilmember Pascal, second by Councilmember Prim to move forward with option 2. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Well, my understanding, this was the recommendation of the neighborhood panel, and I know that we have a $350,000 budget, but we also know that costs vary, and it's really hard to kind of just hit it on the nail on the head when you're talking about a range of different projects and scope. And so I think the precedent that we've set in the past is that we try to hit the mark and get as close to the mark as possible, but we really try to elevate those projects that, you know, score well, where there's kind of a clear break point, and, you know, really kind of defer to what we're hearing from the neighborhood panel. So that's why I'd support option 2.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thank you, Daniel. Well done. And thank you to everyone who serves on the Neighborhood Safety Panel. It is fun, as the mayor said. It's also a lot of hard work. And I think the coolest part about it, at least in my experience, was getting to know folks from all around the city and getting to know other neighborhoods better and their needs. So it's a great experience all around. I say this every single year, how much I fully support this program and really appreciate this program. And you're doing a fantastic job leading it. So thank you, Daniel. You know, I've supported so much so that I'd actually like to see it expanded. I know I've mentioned these comments before, but just want to briefly mention, I really support us being even more inclusive as to who can be part of the neighborhood safety panel, who can and is encouraged to submit potential project ideas for the NSP. I think there's just so many organizations and individuals who would have great ideas and would be fantastic NSP members. So I'll be looking for us to move towards that in the future. And I also would like to see us funded at a higher level. As we know, the budget has not increased over the years, and these projects have gotten just more and more expensive. All that said, I understand that the precedent has been that we kind of have I think you even referred to as like the base budget, right? That we had this budget, and then we tend to kind of creep up over it with our estimates, and the actual projects end up costing even a little bit more than that, often a lot of times. And we're going to have a tough budget year. We're going to have a lot of tough conversations. This reminds me of like the human services conversations that we have, where we have the base budget, and then we see if we can find money to kind of, to fund it a little bit more. And it's hard to support an extra $45,000 here, right, without that context of the human services grant discussion and knowing how tight dollars are going to be, and seeing just, unprecedented levels of grant applications because of the growing human services need. And that's just two of many things we're going to be talking about in the budget this year, right? And so I have a little bit of hard time with that, but even if we do move forward with option 2 today, I would say that my support of expanding, being more inclusive with who's participating in it, and hopefully having a discussion later this year around increasing the budget, I would like for us to set a new precedent, if it's not this year, certainly next year, where we stick to the budget. Because we don't have, unlimited funds, and it's tough, and I think it becomes scope creep year after year. And so I would just want to make clear that with my support of, again, we'll have this conversation hopefully later this year, of increasing the budget, that's not going to be considered a base budget, and then we keep going up from there, right? That we, whatever we agree on, that's what the budget will be. So I support these projects. These are all fantastic projects. My preference would be option 1, but I would be supportive of option 2, just with the understanding that that's not the continued precedent into future years if we up the budget for this. So thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor, and I thank you, Daniel. I'll add my thank you to everyone else's thank you. I agree with a lot of what has been said by Councilmember Pascal and Councilmember Falcone. I will be supporting this. Option 2, I do have some concerns for the future, and they're mainly process concerns. One aspect of the process is that all of the projects come through the neighborhood associations, and we know that we have neighborhoods that don't have active associations. And the Transportation Commission made this recommendation to us. It's included in our material that they would like to at least consider, are there ways to sort of expand the number of community-based organizations that can participate in this process. I don't know exactly what that looks like, but I hear the Transportation Commission, I hear what Councilmember Falcone is saying, and I'm cognizant of the fact that we have a couple of neighborhoods that are never going to get a neighborhood safety program because they don't have an active neighborhood association. So I'd like to figure out a way in the future to solve for that. The other process component is kind of the one I hinted at with my questions. I am a little bit worried about creating a moral hazard among our neighbors. I'm thinking about the other neighborhoods who put together projects that might have been smaller in scope than what they thought was going to be most meaningful for their neighborhood, in part because we're trying really hard to hit the $75,000 budget per project. I am concerned that to see a project go forward from one of their neighboring neighborhoods that is over that does create a moral hazard in the future where the neighborhoods say, well, hey, if you can get a project approved that's over the budget, then we should all just start offering over budget projects, and pretty soon we're going to end up breaking the program, and I don't want to do that. So I would like to kind of figure out how we can get feedback to neighborhood associations earlier about what the estimated cost of their projects is, and have some kind of feedback loop around that, so maybe they can narrow the scope of what they're proposing. But generally speaking, I think this option 2 is consistent with what we've done in the past, and I have no reason not to value the opinion we've received from the panels and the scoring of the top 9 projects, and so that's I'm going to be supporting this. Thanks.
Councilmember Arnold.
Thank you. I concur with what I'm hearing from my colleagues. I support option 2. I do think we need to take a look at this program. One of the maps in here that showed the projects for the last 2 years was really telling to me, where in Finn Hill and Juanita and Totem Lake, we have 3 projects where we've got more than a dozen in the other parts of our city. And that's because we have large neighborhood associations, and Totem Lake doesn't have a neighborhood association. We need to fix this to make sure that we are distributing this more across the city and opening it up to other organizations to submit things and look at how we deal with the fact that we have some very small neighborhoods and some very big neighborhoods. In addition, I would note we have a project that's above $100,000 this year that's beyond the guidelines. We had a project last year that was above $100,000. They just both happened to be in the Norkirk neighborhood. we should look at how we deal with these exceptions. As an example, PSRC has a funding rule that when you go for an exception, you're ineligible the next funding round. I think we should look at, there may be some, for those times where we feel as a council that we think that we want to move ahead with an exception, we should make sure that that doesn't impact other projects in the future. And so I think there's a number of revisions to the program that need to happen. So I think we should move forward today, but I look forward to, I think we do need to have a future discussion. I look forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilor Haskell?
Part of the option 2 is to ask staff to look for additional money and to follow up on Councilmember Falcone's comment about hard budget year, there's going to be other needs. My thinking is that we look for, there's specific money that can only be used on transportation or these projects. I mean, the $350,000 that we have can only really be spent on safety improvements. So it'd be nice to not dip into general fund or other kind of funding sources, but really try to use those capital sources that can only be used on transportation. Is that good?
And that's
fair
where we
feedback?
always start. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Daniel, I agree with everything you've heard. Okay, questions on the motion to move forward with option 2, moved by Councilmember Pascal, second by Councilmember Prim. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, we are going to move on to a briefing on housing on faith-owned land pilot program. City Manager.
Okay, sorry. Just thank you, Madam Mayor. So what we are looking for tonight is primarily direction on how we should proceed with the potential for additional density on faith-owned properties. We have a nice panel of guests. I assume then we're going to get the presentation from our senior planner, Scott Guter. I'll let the rest of you introduce yourselves as you speak. So welcome.
All right. Oh, thank you.
Say when, I don't know.
Oh, it's right here. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's gonna come off here pretty soon. Sorry. All right. Well, good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Council. I am here to provide a very brief briefing on the Housing on Faith-Owned Lands pilot program, which is task 3 of the 2026 to 2028 planning work program. At the end of the presentation, we are seeking council's feedback on a preferred scope for this program and any direction that you have for staff and planning commission as we proceed. Again, very short presentation. I only have 8 slides. Okay, great. So let's start with the state requirements. The state requires cities to provide bonus standards for housing on faith-owned lands. These projects may be mixed use, but they have to meet a couple of affordability thresholds. Those thresholds are listed here. The projects must either provide 50% of units for households earning 80% of the area median income. That is about $117,000 for a family of 4, or 20 units, or 20% of units reserved for households earning 50% of the area median income, which comes out to be about $82,000 for a household of 4. And as a reminder, and pointed out by Mayor Curtis earlier in this meeting, that under the Growth Management Act, Kirkland must plan for about 11,462 affordable housing units through 2044, or about 87% of the city's total housing needs. These are households earning 80% of area median income or below. This law goes into effect in June 11th of this year. Well, staff thinks that there's probably only going to be a few faith-owned sites that we expect that would want to put affordable housing on their properties. We do recognize that there's a unique opportunity here for adding affordable housing. In particular, these properties often have unutilized areas of land where affordable housing can be placed without the risk of displacing existing residents. They also are in our neighborhoods, highly desirable neighborhoods, and could provide housing diversity in these neighborhoods that have access to services such as schools, parks, and trails. It also aligns with our housing policy, Housing Policy 1.6, which describes offering flexible development standards in exchange for creating affordable housing. The staff memo outlined a few other cities that are already offering, flexible development standards for affordable housing on faith-owned land. Seattle and Redmond offer a by right flexible standards, and the city of Bellevue rezoned some eligible sites within their city to multifamily zoning. The staff memo also outlined some industry best practices for, in particular, putting affordable housing on faith-owned properties. These can be summarized generally as providing by right approval, standardized mixed income development standards, and financial or development assistance. Therefore, staff is proposing a small pilot project for a select few properties to start off with, utilizing these best practices, specifically providing tiered incentive based on the underlying zoning, and then tracking and then providing additional technical services with that program, and then tracking the outcomes, and then refining this program over time. So tonight, staff is seeking council input on a couple of options. Option one would offer a kind of more of the best practices, the by right, a pilot for a few properties with tiered incentives, or option two, which would provide a program, a site-specific approval that would be reviewed by Planning Commission and ultimately approved by City Council. Following this briefing, staff will take council's feedback to the Planning Commission at their May 14th meeting, and we will work with Arch and stakeholders and the public on developing draft zoning and program details. And then we plan to return later this year with those draft materials for your feedback. And that concludes my brief presentation.
Thank you. Council, any thoughts you'd like to share? Deputy Mayor.
Questions?
Okay.
If it's okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you, Scott, for coming and presenting, and also for your hard work on this, along with the rest of the team. My questions have to do, so this is presented as a pilot, so I just want to make sure I'm 100% clear. So it's presented as a pilot. Right now, staff is really just looking for direction. Do you want sort of more of the administrative self-executing model, or do you want more of the site-by-site specific? And I'm just wondering if I have an inclination toward the more administrative self-executing model, what am I directing staff to do pilot-wise, if that question makes sense? Because if I was giving direction to go more property by property, then I guess I would have a pretty clear idea that what that means is the planning staff is going to be talking to some faith-based properties that have already expressed an interest in this. And so if I give that option 1 direction, what does that mean from a pilot program standpoint?
Is that, okay, so you were thinking about it from the site-specific kind of pilot?
Yeah.
Option.
Well, no, I totally, like a site-specific legislative approval, I can understand how that gets executed on a pilot program basis. I'm a little confused as to how the by right administrative self-executing legislative option gets executed on a pilot basis.
Yeah, so the idea would probably just be open it up to just a handful. The Planning Commission and Council would draft some regulations that would be acceptable. And, well, staff would draft those, you would approve them, and that we would then take that draft zoning and program specifics, whatever additional offerings, development assistant offerings that we want to provide to only a select few. We'll take the lessons learned from those projects and then come back and reassess what we would like to do further.
And that's consistent with our compliance with the new RCW that goes into effect on June 11th.
That would.
We can do this in a pilot, a phase 1 pilot followed. What I presume is we're going to learn some lessons.
Correct.
And then we're going to have more of a, potentially, if we go with an option 1, we're going to be doing some kind of ordinance that basically addresses this on faith-based communities throughout Kirkland based on our learnings. And doing it in a phase 1, phase 2 is still compliant with the state mandate.
Correct. The only time that we might run in any kind of jeopardy is if we get a flood of properties that come in, our faith organizations that want to come in beyond the number that we are allowing to come in through our initial pilot program.
Okay. And I know that staff, this is my last question, I know that staff is not looking for the direction on what these required density bonuses would look like. But I did note how Redmond did it with the 2x density bonus. And I'm not gonna try to answer that question tonight. I don't think that's in the scope. But I have an inclination toward the self-executing administrative version. But I would, in saying that, I would like to have some idea of what we're likely to propose on the density bonus. And maybe I can just start with the question, what is Redmond's 2x density? What does that actually mean on a typical church property? What does that look like?
Well, maybe Lou, Lou is a planner. She did a lot of the research behind.
I'm probably, yes. Thank you, Scott. Unfamiliar face to you all. My name's Lou Yardley. I'm a planner in more of the current planning side of things, but hello, Deputy Mayor, and council members. Yes, so Redmond, I'm not sure at the exact time what each of their faith organizations, what the underlying zones are for those minimum and maximum density allowances. They just outright allow a double density. And so I know that Scott and I were talking earlier about what that would look like in Kirkland, especially when we have, a minimum density and low density residential zones and also now a middle housing density allowance. So for us, if we kind of applied that in Kirkland, what double density, what would that mean? And so we can look into that for what that means exactly in Redmond as well.
Okay. Yeah, because I don't think we need to answer this question now, but it is a question I'm going to have, with lot coverage limitations, with setback requirements in our different zones, like what does 2x density actually mean? And could a church property achieve that by going higher? Could they achieve that by going wider? but they still butt up against what? They still butt up against our set, like, you know, when push comes to shove, if you can't go wider, closer to the street, closer to your neighbors, you're gonna have to go up, presumably, to realize the 2x bonus that we're granting, and probably even in Redmond's case. Is that fair to say? Am I thinking about that right? Okay. Okay, all right. Well, that's helpful. Well, I guess I've already previewed for my colleagues. I'm kind of leaning toward the self-executing one, and so that's where I'm sticking there, and that's my direction. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thank you, Scott. Thank you, Lou and team. I have to say, Scott, if the risk of you know, having a flood of applicants interested in this happens, that would be a nice problem to have. So just saying, I'm not too fearful of that. I think we'll find a way to manage that if that happens, and I would not be unhappy if that did. I have a question. So if we do go forward with option 1, folks always have the option to do some sort of, whether it be development agreement or CAR, or there's going to be a process if folks want something different than what's proposed under option 1. So option 2 is kind of there as an option for individual faith-based property owners, even if option 1 is what we select. Is my understanding correct?
We can certainly build that in, correct.
Okay. I mean, I'm also kind of, you know, clearly showing which way I'm leaning towards option 1, because I mean, we heard great comment tonight. Thank you to those members of the public who came and gave great comment. We heard some very specific ideas, which I thought were really thoughtful, and we appreciate that. You know, I also want this to be as I want to remove as many barriers as possible. You know, it's challenging to navigate any sort of processes and development for anyone, even experts, and I imagine for faith-based property owners that would be that there'll be barriers there, and so I would love for this to be as smooth as possible, as predictable as possible. So I really like option 1, but also like the idea that there is the option, if they want to do something that's different than what's allowed in option 1, they can always apply for changes to that through whatever process is the most appropriate process for what they're looking for. So, thank you.
Councilmember Arnold?
Thank you. Also support option 1. I recognize this will likely require a comprehensive plan amendment. I think when we looked at the policy 1.86, we were really thinking Bellevue in that. I'm not above stealing ideas, but also not above stealing better ideas. And I like Redmond's approach better than Bellevue's, and am willing to go through the process to make that change in comp plan policy to allow for removing barriers that my colleagues have talked about. Thank you.
Councilmember Prim?
Yeah, I agree with everything that's been said. I think the only question I had was just to clarify how this would work. So the next step would be y'all would come back and provide us with options of what the by right administrative options would look like. So a few of those. And then we would reach out to 1 or 2 churches to see if they'd be interested in, like, what would that next step be?
Well, I mean, to be clear, we are gonna be working with faith organizations already in terms of soliciting their comments and feedback, and we certainly have already received some comments and feedback on those. And what we would probably do is work with Arch and other affordable housing partners, kind of develop a kind of zoning standards and program offerings that then we can solicit their feedback from. We do have at least one property or one faith organization that is interested. Whether or not that they would proceed with this particular program is up in the air. I don't have an answer for you right now. But hopefully through this process of collectively developing this program, that we can generate additional interest and possibilities for particular applicants to come forward.
And I'd like to also add for the last couple years, I think now it is on a bit of a pause. There's the Kirkland Faith Network, which the CMO office runs. And so I've been speaking with planning staff about potentially, kickstarting that, or at least working with those stakeholders, which we've already reached out to and sent them surveys to complete. But we would continue that engagement with them as well. And a couple of those churches that Scott mentioned are part of that group.
So a pilot is, it simply means that we're getting feedback from, I just want to make sure I understand what pilot, I think that was your question too. But like, if you were to say it in 5 words, what is the pilot?
So let's just say we open it up to three potential projects, right? These might be just a first come, first serve basis. We've developed some standards that can be applied throughout, they can be tiered based on underlying zoning. We do have properties that are in commercial zones and we have properties in residential zones. Those could be tiered appropriately for those particular areas. Over sometimes, pilot programs can take a long time to kind of develop and build out. It would be great if we had, a select few that were ready to go right now, but we can't say for sure that would happen. But we would take the first few, and then we would analyze just how successful the zoning standards are, how successful our development program offerings are, and where are we, hitting the mark or missing the mark, and then coming back to Planning Commission and City Council to provide any kind of suggested refinements based on what we learn.
Okay, thank you.
City Manager, I see some movement over there. Are you guys okay? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
All right. Need any help? All right. Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you. The more I hear kind of the discussion, I was kind of coming into this with the kind of option 2 would be a good way to go because it's a pilot program where you're not quite sure how you're defining it. You're going to use a couple test cases, and it seems like that'd be very conducive to kind of that site-specific legislative approval. You, rather than create these zoning regulations that then, are changed for the remaining sites after you learn from the pilot program. It just seems like we're kind of taking kind of an opposite approach. So I was just thinking that these sites you're gonna have to customize these to make them work. I think the church sites all do come in like various shapes and sizes, and they're all in different neighborhoods with different access issues, perhaps. So it just seems like a zoning code change. We're going to get into the same kind of situation we got into the CARs a little bit. It seems like the option 2 would provide the guidance that we need from a couple of these test cases to really shape, potentially coming back with an option 1 down the road where you're much more informed about the zoning code changes.
Yeah, I can jump in really quickly, Councilmember Pascal. I think we're trying to balance a couple of objectives. One is to make the process easy for religious organizations to undertake. We also want to make sure there's an adequate level of customization. So I think there's a way to bridge the gap. We might want to, instead of employing option 2 where we're doing sort of customized zoning for every site, a possibility for option 1 is that we group our church sites after more analysis into categories, perhaps based on size, location in neighborhoods, access to transit, things like that. And then we design zoning standards for each of those categories. So that yields a little bit of customization, but still makes the process really relatively easy for religious organizations.
Yeah, I mean, that makes a lot of sense. I just was thinking that a couple pilot sites would help inform that criteria and getting that right rather than having to come back and do it over again.
Yeah, and we could do something like that where we have category-based zoning standards, but we only allow a certain number of religious organizations to undertake development on those sites, and then we revisit that zoning scheme sort of based on what we've learned from the first couple. That's just an example of how we could pilot it.
Okay. That's my feedback. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor, did you have something else? I'm going to go to Councilmember.
That's fine.
Go ahead, sir.
So at least in the beginning of this project, I do favor option number 2, because I would like to see some of this come through the planning commission in the initial stages. Maybe, however, I think Redmond's approach to this makes a lot more sense to me than other cities. One of the concerns I had about this legislation is this is going to be a partnership between a private for-profit developer and a church. Is that correct?
Well, more than likely, it'll be an affordable housing developer to achieve the affordability levels that are outlined under the state law. There's not many for-profit organizations that would be able to take that level of risk on a property.
Okay, so you envision it to be mostly nonprofit. I mean, what I'm getting at is I think there's a huge discrepancy in sophistication between these churches and developers, and how we try to create a level playing field where the churches are gonna have representation, or somebody representing their interests in one of these deals.
Correct. And what is great is that recently Arch, our affordable housing partner, has actually hired a staff member, a special project staff member that will help not only the city craft code that will be conducive for these specific organizations, but they'll also help them through the development process as well.
Okay, well, I'll have more questions on that, but my initial reaction is that these people should have their own representation in this process, because it has a lot of potential to be predatory, and for churches not to be to have this be co-beneficial. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor, did you want to speak again?
I did. I want to thank you. So it is good news to hear that Arch has an employee that can help advise faith-based community on some of these projects. That's nice to hear. What I wanted to follow up on was kind of the shared question that Councilmember Shilpa and I had, which I think Councilmember Pascal did the best job of sort of identifying the problem statement. And that led me to think, is there a hybrid version? We love taking option 1 and option 2 and creating a hybrid version. Is there a hybrid version where the pilot phase is option 2, with the understanding that what we want to do is take the learnings from that phase and ultimately come up with a administrative option 1 that applies to, but including with the director's idea was well taken, that we don't have to have a single one-size-fit-all. We can identify 4 different types of faith-based properties that we have in Kirkland and do design regulations for each of the types. And then that leads me to think that during the pilot phase, what would really be great is we identify 2 different of these categories to do pilot, so that we're learning from really 2 different types of faith-based properties as described by the director. Is that an option? That feels to me like a pilot. That feels to me more like a pilot leading to an actual full program that meets my, and I think Councilmember Falcone, our interest in sort of more of an administrative, self-executing, predictable code for all of the properties as soon as we take our learnings from the pilot phase.
Well, just to kind of maybe to tweak that a little bit, you could still do that under option 1 employing what, Director Weinstein has just presented and only allowing certain, so many projects within each category, and still learn from that and provide a by right process. We still would have to take those draft regulations and draft program offerings through Planning Commission and City Council for approval on a pilot basis, allowing for that to, allowing for some level of control over what is being allowed on each of these properties.
And if I might just jump in and provide a little bit of clarification, I want to be clear that the state statute does not require a pilot program. It's a concept being proposed by staff. One of the reasons that we started considering this was because a pilot program lets you take chances, in that rather than granting all of the faith-based properties in the city more development allowances, you might be able to be more flexible for the first in the door and take that chance to see how it works out, rather than taking the approach of doing a more liberal upzone of all of the properties in one go. The reason we started thinking about it was because that's how cottage housing started in Kirkland. It started with 2 pilot projects where council offered them more flexibility than they might have been ready to give citywide at that time. They granted a lot of flexibility for the first couple of pilot projects that came in and developed cottages in Kirkland, and then we based our regulations on those. And so the thinking was that that could be a good approach here, where council might be able to offer a lot of flexibility for the first few faith-based properties that want to come in the door and try this out. And then we could learn from that and grant those allowances more citywide. While a flood could be a positive thing, we really don't think that there's a lot of faith-based organizations in the city that are ready to move forward with this now. We think we have a pretty good idea of a couple that are interested in starting to dip their toes in, and we feel confident that we could provide them with good support in kind of starting this process and learning from it along the way. I believe at least the first set of state laws that passed around this just required us to offer housing bonuses if approached by these faith-based organizations. So this is certainly responsive to that, and I want to study up a little bit more on the later legislation to make sure it's conducive as well.
Thank you, Allison, because I've been sitting here the whole time going, I'm sure not why we're doing a pilot. So that was super helpful. I have Councilmember Prim, but it looks like City Manager wants to weigh in.
Well, I think I was just going to offer that I think we're getting a lot of focus on the pilot, and what we really want is the 2 routes. Do you want a route of trying to get to by right, or do you want a route to get to by? So I think if you pick one, then we can come back and say, how might a pilot work under option 1? Versus trying to decide today if it is a pilot. So I would offer that.
I was going the same place. Our goal is, do we want them to have a predictable process that's administrated by right, or do we want to go through each one? And that's the big picture decision.
That's the big picture question for tonight.
Yes.
And we should make pilot a subset of the option if you pick option 1. So.
Right. Okay. So I'm going to go to Councilmember Prim, and then I'm going to hope someone will make a motion.
I'll make a motion.
There you go.
I make a motion to move forward with option 1.
Thank you. This has been moved by Councilmember Prim, second by Councilmember Falcone to move forward with option 1. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you. All right, we are going to skip item 9D, and we're going to move to 9E, which is the Kirkland Tool Library draft scope of work. City Manager.
All right. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So we are looking for direction from the council on whether to proceed with the draft RFP for consideration. And here to give you that presentation is our new Government Affairs Manager, Audrina Campbell, and our Special Projects Coordinator, Kate Ryan.
Thank you, City Manager. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of Council. We As Scott mentioned, brief presentation. Ours is even briefer. We have only 5 slides tonight. Kate and I will be taking turns kind of ping-ponging back and forth, speaking to each slide. We welcome questions from council throughout, but have also dedicated some space in the presentation to walk through the proposed scope of work and RFP process. So with that, I'll hand it over to Kate to walk us through the agenda.
Yes, thank you. Tonight, we will review the project's background and context, share about the information gathering event we held in March, discuss the draft scope of work, and look at a potential project timeline and next steps.
Okay, project background and context. So what is a tool library? You did hear earlier tonight in public comment that tool libraries are community-based lending programs that provide access to tools for home repair, gardening, and DIY projects without requiring individual ownership. Council members expressed interest in exploring this concept prior to the 2025-26 budget process, so staff reached out to successful tool libraries to understand what it would take to stand one up in Kirkland. Based on that outreach, staff recommended setting aside $100,000 to explore the concept, and in December 2024, Council formally appropriated a $100,000 proviso contingent on an implementation plan be approved by Council. Broadly, tool libraries align with the Council's adopted goals of sustainable environment and an inclusive and equitable community, as well as Objective 2.1 in the Sustainability Strategic Plan, which supports repair and reuse activities. Staff are continuing to explore the potential liability to the city if city-owned space were to be used to operate the tool library. This is the first of 3 anticipated touchpoints with Council on this topic, and staff plan to bring a more in-depth update on that piece at the next check-in on this project. We've also listed at the bottom of this slide the asks of tonight, so it's top of mind for Council as we move through the remaining slides. We're not asking for a formal decision to release the $100,000 proviso funds. We're seeking feedback on the draft scope of work and whether to move forward with issuing the RFP.
As part of this initiative, on March 31st, staff convened an information gathering session around the topic of a community tool lending library. Staff invited local organizations and businesses, educational institutions, the King County Library System, operators and volunteers at tool libraries in the region, service-based organizations such as the Rotary Club and Kiwanis Club, and faith-based communities, among others. 19 people attended the event. The city presented on our interest and potential vision for a tool library, as well as the proviso funding and potential timeline for the initiative if Council approves the next steps. We also had a presentation by the Executive Director of the Shoreline and Northeast Seattle Tool Libraries, Josh Epstein. Mr. Epstein shared information about their operations, revenues and costs, possible modules and activities, as well as resources such as the Library of Things Toolkit. As its name implies, the toolkit is a comprehensive resource for those who are developing a lending library, and it answers questions around insurance, inventory, memberships, and so much more. A link to that toolkit and the slides presented at the event are included in the packet on pages 267 through 274. Among the event attendees, there was lively discussion and many questions asked and answered, showing a strong level of interest from those in the room. Additionally, a few attendees expressed interest in applying to operate a tool library if Council approves the decision to open an RFP and accept applicants. An organizing committee led by former Councilmember Penny Sweet and including representatives from the Kirkland Community Foundation, the Kirkland Planning Commission, the Kirkland Library Board, and a Kirkland community member who is a volunteer at the Shoreline Tool Library, have recorded interest from hundreds of community members who are interested in engaging with and supporting a tool library in our community. So we'll pause here to see if there's any questions at this part, or we can move on to our proposed RFP process.
Go ahead. Oh, Councilmember Attention.
You want questions on your presentation or questions on the RFP process?
Questions on the presentation up to this point?
Okay. Okay, keep going. I didn't know you were in the middle of it.
Okay, great.
All right, so this is the slide where we want to discuss the proposed draft scope of work. So zooming out, the draft scope of work is comprised largely of two main sections. The first outlines the city's potential involvement, which are the bullet points seen on the screen. And the second main piece of the draft scope of work is comprised of the operator responsibilities, proposal requirements, and evaluation criteria. So to be clear, staff is seeking feedback on all aspects of the scope of work, not just the city's potential involvement section called out here on the screen. And if approved, the scope of work would be incorporated into the city's standard RFP template. Just want to be very clear on that. We've elevated this specific piece of the draft scope for potential council discussion because the highlighted language has raised questions regarding the city's liability around operating the tool library within city-owned space and whether utilizing city-owned space is the right approach. So during the information gathering event, staff was clear to folks in the room that there was no guarantee of the use of city-owned space and that their proposal should take that into consideration. Lastly, we want to note that if council were to approve moving forward with issuing the RFP, there'd be no direct immediate cost other than staff time to finalize the proposal and to cover the minimum standard publishing cost of the RFP itself. So with that, Madam Mayor, we want to turn it back to you at this point for council discussion. Happy to answer any questions.
Councilman Tim Chisholm, do you want to talk about the RFP?
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, the RFP seems like a logical place to proceed. I raised a lot of these questions about our legal exposure here, and I think operating this on a city-owned space means there's really no distinction between the tool library and the city of Kirkland, and that having it operated by a third-party organization is not legally meaningful. And I'm just concerned about that, and I haven't heard a lot of clarity on that. But I appreciate that issue being identified. The other concern I have in this RFP is the ability of a third-party organization to continue funding the operations, and whether we are signing up for $100,000 or whether we're signing up for, an ongoing cost that lasts forever, basically. With the hiring of employees and continued operational funding, I would suggest that if we're going to collect RFPs, that we require 3 or 5 years of financials from the organization that's the applicant, so that we know where they are financially, or possibly require a bond from them, or investigate other financial options. But I want to know that the exposure here is $100,000, and that's my main concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thank you for bringing this forward. I was at the info gathering event, and that was, like you said, a really well-attended event, some great discussion. One of the important pieces to me of that event was hearing the leader of some other similar tool lending libraries in the region talk about the process, but also really fully understand, because there was some discussion at the event and other conversations about some of the concerns that Councilmember Chisholm raised with, financial sustainability, and their experience in tool lending libraries in this region have been that they are, I don't want to speak for them, but essentially paraphrasing, like very self-sustaining, that there is, and I think given the just outpouring of support already that we've heard from the community, I don't think that's going to stop. I don't think that that's going to be something that's only unique to those other tool lending libraries, and not something like was shared earlier. There's not yet a tool lending library on the east side, and so the demand for something like this, I think, is going to be huge. And those other libraries being such a wild success and being able to be self-sustaining so quickly, even more quickly than they had anticipated or planned for. I'm not too concerned about that, but I do think that, we'll be looking for in any responses to the RFP kind of what their plans are for being self-sustaining. So I look forward to seeing those. It's not going to be a surprise that I'm supporting moving forward with issuing this RFP. I won't repeat everything of the public comments that we heard tonight, because we heard some great public comments tonight, but really want to underscore that this really hits on our values of sustainability with the circular economy, on our values of equity and community building as well. This really is something that in a time of so much divisiveness that people could could come together around and have positivity around. And I really appreciate those comments related to that this evening. So, so I will be supporting this, and I look forward to the next steps. Thank you.
Councilmember Pascal?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. And I just wanted to provide some kind of context of kind of where I'm thinking, because I do have some specific thoughts or comments on the RFP, but I need to provide the context first. And I do want to say that I support the idea. I'm just really kind of struggling with where the city fits into this whole equation, and kind of agree with what Councilmember Tim Chisholm had said around liability and ongoing kind of costs. And what does this RFP, how does the RFP message that, or what language are we using the RFP to not confuse kind of what the city's role might be down the road, or leave that very clear that we're not committed. That the financial obligations, we talk about having an ongoing staff liaison, for example. Well, that's then assuming that we have an ongoing resource. Do we need to say it in that affirmative? Can we still have that kind of an open option depending upon, the proposal and things like that? The second concern was around the city-owned spaces. We have limited city facilities, and I'm always looking for making sure that we have consistent messaging when we talk about our needs. We've been talking about purchasing some more land or building because we have space needs for parks and our recreational classes, and we have our human services staff in a new portable outside City Hall. So I don't want to create this assumption that this is going to be in a city-owned space when we haven't kind of considered all the needs we have in the city for city-owned spaces, right? There might be other higher priorities if we look at it more holistically. So that's just something I want to make sure that we are really clear about. And then the third, Councilmember Tim Chisholm already touched on it, but it's the liability aspect. So kind of the requests I have were around putting more emphasis in the proposal to demonstrate that we really want, a proposal that will stand on its own. That's what we would really like to see, and that any proposal shouldn't presume the use of a city facility. I mean, obviously they could latch on to that, perhaps, but it'd be really great to see proposals that didn't necessarily assume that. And so it'd be nice to make sure that that's clear. Those are kind of just the clarifications. I think it's just clarifications, not taking a stand on it, but really kind of being clear with what we're thinking. And I like Councilmember Tim Chisholm's idea. I hadn't thought about that, but the financial reports, because it's important that someone proposes and then they operate for a year, but financially they're in kind of dire straits. We certainly don't want to put $100,000 in and then see something close up. So I think that financial report would be very welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Andriana, did you have something?
Yes, I just want to say these are great comments, and I think there's a few different places in the draft scope of work where we could tighten up the language.
Anyone else have, Deputy Mayor?
I was just going to add that I do share the interest in seeing responses to the RFP that don't necessarily assume the availability of city-owned space. I think, so signaling that if they want, again, I think this is just repeating what Councilmember Pascal said. If we get an RFP that assumes city-owned space, fine. I mean, we'll look at it along with the others, but I really would like to signal to responders that they that we're open to ideas that don't necessarily rely on city-owned facilities or city-owned spaces that aren't leased. I mean, one of the ways to address the liability is it's a lease space, and once it's a lease space by a limited liability entity, then that would be one way to create a veil of liability. That's one way I can imagine, and we should get advice from city's lawyers at some point, but that'd be one way to create a veil of liability. So anyway, I think the language right now kind of invites what Councilmember Tinchisn and Councilmember Pascal have said, which is kind of invites a proposal that assumes that, and I'd like to see the full range of possible proposals. Have we learned from this process that publicly owned spaces are necessary in order to create viable tool libraries that are able to stand on their own and not require additional public investment?
We know there have been some partnership style models. I want to say one of them is the tool lending library in Northeast Seattle with the
City of Shoreline?
Yeah, City of Shoreline, and another one I think partnered with a community college as well. But I wouldn't say that it's necessary to the success. I can't say that, but I'm sure it helps.
Yeah, I'm sure it does too. Okay. And because I'm sure it does too, that's why it'd be nice to see a signal that we are open to options that don't necessarily assume city-owned investment or further city-owned investment or further city-owned space, even though that may ultimately be what we decide to do to make the project work. Probably not the ongoing investment, but potentially making space available on some basis, maybe lease basis. Thanks.
Thank you.
Anybody want to go before I go back to Councilmember Tinchisn? Okay, go ahead.
This is just a clarifying question. Have proponents of the tool library, and I don't know this, has their request for city-owned space been an assumption of zero rent and free space? Or has there been discussion of rent, to Councilmember Black's point?
No.
We haven't delved that deeply into this. No promises have been made. No assumptions have been made.
So council, based on the very good feedback that you've given Andriana and Kate, is everyone comfortable moving forward with the RFP, assuming they incorporate that feedback? Okay.
We want.
Yes, we do want to touch really quickly on the proposed timeline as well.
Yes, I'll be quick with it. So today, May 5th, we're seeking council feedback on the draft scope of work and a decision whether to issue the RFP. If there is an approval, staff would incorporate any feedback into the scope of work and would post the RFP. The application window would be open for about a month. Staff would then return to council around early July with a review of the proposals received, and then we would come back to council seeking a final decision on whether to proceed. And if you decide to move forward with an operator at that final touch point, that is when funds would be released. Just wanted to lay out that timeline and steps.
All right, I think we're good.
Thank you.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
Okay, we are moving on to our last business item. It's the Woodinville School Camera Zone Pilot Program and a second amendment to the interlocal agreement between the City of Kirkland and the City of Woodinville for the provision of municipal courts, services, and facilities. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So we are looking for action tonight on this interlocal agreement, which would allow our court to process Woodinville's pilot school zone safety camera project. Here to give you that presentation is our Deputy City Manager of Operations, Tracy Dunlap.
I just want to point out we have two guests left. One of them finally gave up.
Stalwarts. Stalwarts.
Good night.
Good night, Leda.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and council members. I have 2 slides.
Woohoo!
So the first is just to give you a brief context. The city entered into an interlocal agreement in 2015 for the Kirkland Municipal Court to provide court services to the city of Woodinville. That agreement was amended in the last few years to include a pilot of them using our community court. And last year, the city requested that the city of Woodinville requested that the city of Kirkland consider partnering with them for Woodinville to use our court for a school zone safety camera program. And so it was detailed in the memo that you talked about this at the budget process. You authorized funds contingent on successfully negotiating interlocal agreement amendment. And so what we're bringing back is that interlocal agreement amendment. And the 3 key provisions are a timeline that basically this is a pilot for Woodinville as well. So there'll be 1 year from the execution of the amendment where we'll operate, and then there's a provision to review the cost to evaluate whether we want to continue after 1 year. The costs that were identified by the municipal court and approved in your conditional budget amendment in December were a one-time amount, about $8,000, and then they'll pay the current filing fee per case, which is $43.44, which we think will be sufficient to cover the costs. We also added a provision to acknowledge that right now they're participating in our community court at no cost because the state grant is paying the entire cost of the community court, and that if they chose to continue and that grant either was insufficient to cover the cost or went away, that we would have a cost-sharing agreement with them. And so staff recommends approval of this amendment. If the Kirkland Council approves the amendment, it'll be on the Woodinville calendar, and then once it's signed, it'll proceed.
All right, any questions for Tracy? Take a motion, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, if there are no questions, I'll make a motion. I'll move for adoption of Resolution R 5734.
Second.
Then moved by Deputy Mayor Black, second by Councilmember Prem to move forward Resolution 5734.
Discussion.
Any further? Councilmember Tim Chizen.
Real quick, I'm going to support this, but I want to say that I hope there's other opportunities for our municipal court to partner with other cities. I think there's some other cities out there that can be identified, Mercer Island, Newcastle, and other possible municipalities that may want to partner with us. And we have 3 courtrooms that some think are underutilized. And I think this could, having more programs like this could help our municipal court. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. All right, everybody, I am asking you, if it's not urgent, that we do council reports through email. Anyone have anything they want to add?
I have a long
All right, moving on.
update on my life I'd like to give most of you.
Okay, we are now moving on to city manager reports. City manager.
All right, well, I've lost my presenter for the LRM response, so I'm hoping maybe somebody can go up there. If get the presentation, I can walk us through it. If you can't, place it up. Oh, thank you. All right, so this is a LRM response to Councilmember Pascal's request that we have an economic development, an economic competitiveness study. The request summary is slide number 2. It was basically identify options for completing potentially a comprehensive study, looking at all things about how Kirkland might be competitive. We are providing 3 options for the council's consideration. Option 1 was hire a consultant to conduct a comprehensive economic competitive study. Option 2 would be to hire a consultant to do a much more targeted scope study. The first one had pretty much everything you could imagine when we talked about it. And then option 3 is basically use our current staff to do our current work, so survey businesses, use current software to look at things like vacancies and so forth. So that's the high level. We also had a proposed amendment that Councilmember Arnold sent out, which was calling it option 1B. And I will go ahead and maybe ask him if he wants to read this, or I could present it. And then we're just looking for council direction on any of the options. So.
My apologies, I didn't walk fast enough from my desk. Good evening, council members. So I believe we walked through the options of, and then a proposed amendment. So I guess we're here at discussion.
Councilor Pascal.
Yeah, maybe I'll start and again to kind of outline kind of my objective here was to get some information back to us in time so that we could have that and have access to it before this, as part of the budgeting process. And so if there's things in this effort that would delay it beyond that, then I'm really interested in finding, just targeting the effort so that we can get information, over the next few months rather than next year, for example. So I'm open to however to do that. And that's why I would be supportive of what Councilmember Arnold has put together, because I think that my understanding from staff is that that gets us there. And it might delay the development services review, which I think, does take some time. When you look at that, it's not to say that that isn't important, that that's not needed. It's really a timeline issue in my mind that is my objective here. So.
Okay, thank you. I got lost there for a second. So the amendment that we see in front of us is an Arnold amendment? Okay.
Really an amendment on it.
Technically, it's a new option.
That was my question.
Yes.
I don't think we need to make an amendment. It's
Right.
It's a new option. Okay,
There's been no motion yet.
okay. So we don't, okay. So it's a new option. We have option 1, option 1B, and option 2. Councilmember Arnold.
Well, the difference between option 1 and 2 is 2 said targeted, offering 1B as a way to target. I concur with Councilmember Pascal. I'd like to have something with the budget process. And for development services, that can be a future project. I know planning had talked about the dashboard and having the dashboard in place, I think, is a prerequisite for development services. So I looked at that as a good dividing line for this. So with that, I'd like to move that we approve option 1B for this LRM.
Second.
Okay, it is moved by Councilmember Arnold, second by Councilmember Pascal to move option 1B forward as shown on the screen. Deputy Mayor.
I missed my opportunity to ask questions, so I'll ask it now, and I think it's fine because it has specifically to do with option 1B. So one of the things I notice that is different, and I just want to understand if it was intentional or not, is we're still looking at retail vacancy rates, but if I read the language, we're no longer looking at commercial lease rates. This just says vacancy rates. And so that was something I looked for in the LRM when it was presented, and that was successfully included. And this option 1B doesn't include that. Is that intentional because it's particularly challenging, or is that just?
It was not intentional on the staff drafting part. It was to narrow it down if we narrowed it a little too far, but see if Councilmember Arnold has any.
It was not intentional.
Okay, so Councilmember Arnold, you would be okay with us still including somewhere where it says retail vacancy rates, it would also say lease rates? Trying to get a sense of where commercial lease rates are going, what direction they're going in the city, So since we don't have, now we have okay, so I think it would be appropriate then for me to make a motion for an amendment. So, oh God, I gotta do drafting on the fly. I move for an amendment to option 1B that would clarify that when we say retail vacancy rates, we also mean commercial lease rates.
Thank you. Been moved by Councilmember Black, second by Councilmember Falcone to amend option 1B to include commercial lease rates. Any? Go ahead.
Yeah, question. Just want to clarify. So adding that in, we can still get this information.
I believe we have a way to do that pretty quickly, right, Jen?
Yes.
Speak to that.
Yes, we can.
Okay. That's kind of my overriding concern, is I don't want to miss the window for the budget.
No, yeah.
Thank you.
Councilmember Tunchison?
Did that motion,
I haven't asked for a vote on the motion yet, on the amendment yet.
well, I don't want to comment on the amendment. I want to comment on the overall.
Go ahead.
Okay.
It's getting late.
Hey, are you just merging my LRM and Amy Falcone's LRM with this thing? Are we just putting this in a big ball?
We are suggesting that as one option, yes.
Go for it. All right, great.
Okay.
Note that I authored this LRM.
Okay. I am going to ask for a vote on the Black amendment. Any discussion on the Black amendment? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All right, that passes 7-0. I'm now going to ask for Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a similar question to Councilmember Chisholm, plus another one. Does the language and evaluation of a local minimum wage mean to include everything that was included in that LRM, or would we need to be more specific?
So it was my intent to still bring you back that LRM, but that this would be one of the things that could also be evaluated by a consultant, because there might be other things like community outreach and things that you want to do with respect to the minimum wage. So
Okay, so we don't need to worry about the way that this is worded. We'll get
I mean,
into
that
those
was not the
details when
intent, right?
Okay.
It was not to preclude that one. It was just to say, if we're going to hire an expert to study it, they should look at that as well.
Thank you. And I have another question and then a comment. So my other question is this intended to be a comprehensive economic analysis minus development services? And if so, does this list include everything that we could look at, or are there other things this is just including but not limited to?
So I believe this is because the city actually did a competitive analysis in 2010. It was updated in 2012 and 2018. So looking at that scope, we would look at a very similar one, again, without the development.
So are we looking at things like labor competitiveness, education, housing affordability, quality of life, like all those things are usually part of it? Or, are we looking at home-based businesses? I feel like this could be so broad if we're saying it's everything except for. So I feel like this is a list saying this is just specifically what we're looking at, like these focused.
So my response to that, the two guiding ones are for consideration during the 27-28 budget process, and then we'd bring back the narrowed scope to the council. So we'd say, this is close, but here's what we're actually going to do with the consultant, and it needs to be in time for you to be able to consider it during the budget process, so that would narrow it. But if there's something we missed, that you could ask to add that.
I think what would be helpful is tying it to decisions that we're going to be making, right? Like I think I'm having a hard time thinking why this specific list, because we haven't had that discussion around why this list of items would directly tie to the budget decisions that we're going to make. I'm not saying they're not valid. I'm saying we haven't had that discussion. There may be others that we're not thinking of and thinking through that I would want us to make sure are included. So that would be helpful. And then my comment is just, I'm having a little bit of a hard time with, that the budget around this is going to be like over 150,000. It seems like, because it's going to be pretty close to comprehensive, or anywhere from 50 to 150.
I got a lot less quotes, lower quotes, yeah.
Okay, so if we're under 50, that's a little bit different. But I think through like some of the work that we need to do, and for some of the higher end of the budget that was in the memo, I mean, we could potentially, hire at least part-time someone to help with an expedited permit review process or something that would actually see more development and economic development in our city, as opposed to just a plan, right? And so the pragmatic side of me was having a little bit of a hard time looking at the dollar value of this compared to alternative ways we could be using that funding to actually move the needle rather than just doing another study. So I'm not saying I'm opposed to this, but I'm not sure that I'm convinced that it's the best use of funds, but I'm looking forward to seeing the proposed scope come back. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
When you come back with the proposed scope, can you flesh out the time and attention that will be paid to the local minimum wage part of this? I just don't want to get our previous LRM swallowed by a much bigger project. Thank you.
All right, the question is on the amended option 1B, moved by Councilmember Arnold, second by Councilmember Pascal. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0.
Can I ask a question real quick? So are there any driving items that you want to have information about, again, for the budget conversation, or a question that you're trying to answer? Because that would help to bring back a little bit better scope.
Go ahead.
I'm wondering if we could just ask that the city manager or deputy city manager talk to us individually, given the late hour, and then we can have a better.
It's a great idea.
Great idea. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, city manager, back to you.
Okay, that's all I have, unless you have any calendar updates from the council.
We won't see you next meeting.
Well, that's true too.
All right.
Kurt Triplett delegated?
Oh, I did want to note, sorry, one calendar item for all of you. Some of you may have seen it, but we did get an email today about a ribbon cutting at Taylor Fields that the Kirkland American League announced. And since that's obviously been something that many of you have toured the site and visited, I just want to make sure you saw that email. So if you have looked at it, you did get a request from the Little League to have people attend. So,
thank you, Deputy Mayor.
I promise this quick, Madam Mayor. Since we have such a big night coming up on Thursday, do you want to remind the public about what's coming up on Thursday night?
I was going to do it, but you just did it.
Well, now, yeah, but you're going to do
You
it.
now have the floor.
So we have our annual Community Appreciation Night coming up on Thursday at the Kirkland Performance Center. For the public who are listening or will be listening to this later, it starts at 5 o'clock with eats, and then 6 o'clock dessert, and then the program begins in earnest in the theater at 6:30. And we certainly want as many members of the public to come out. It's an opportunity for us to celebrate the community and specifically celebrate those who volunteer for the numerous ways you can volunteer for city and the city programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? We are adjourned.
Thank you.